What? Well, welcome back to the KMB Oval. First of all, let's apologize. We had a power outage, but we are up and running again. And since you were away, one wicket has gone down, the wicket of Martin Nurse, gone for 17. It's now 32 for 1. And Randy Thomas, very experienced cricketer, has got 2, and with him Shamari DePisa, who's really struggled here. He's got 6 from as many as 25 balls. We're now into over number 9, so it's been a quiet start by Gladiola. So you're not ready, right? So I can hang out though. Jerome Jones has been very good. It's been economical. It's 5 overs costing this 13 runs, and Tariq O'Neill, combination of pace and spin. Tariq O'Neill, the off spinner, 4 for 17. So some 9 overs completed now. And just to recap, Wildy, they won the toss and chose to field. It's against Gladiola, and it's now 32 for 1. Once again, we want to apologize for the break because of a power outage, but it's great to be here in the country St. Andrew on the east coast of Barbados. Of course, not too far is a village called Shorey Village, where the late great Conrad Hunt was born. So O'Neill continues. Shamari DePisa, tall left-hander, has really struggled here. Bit of a fumble and allowing the batsman to come through for the run. Jamal Smith is with me. Jamal, how's it gone so far? We're into over number 10. Gladiola 33 for 1.
Yeah, quite tough so far. Circumspect start. You have to see Martin Nurse falling early off to short the front Jerome Jones. But Andrew, what I can tell you is this Gladiola formula still surrounds the legs this period, particularly the legs of the pizza and Thomas. And they're not going to be that worried, and I can tell you why they're not worried. For instance, actually just taking a leisurely stroll right now around the ground with slippers on and short pants. He has no intention of batting before, let's say, the 25th over or so. Remember, they set their stall to bat pretty deep, like some Ashley Nurse, Matthew Jones. So I believe that they'll try to set the stall and finish the game strong, say in the back end in the last 15 to 20 overs. There's still Rivaldo Clark there, who's really the engine room, and Giovanni De Pisa. So a lot of their plans surround this. So I don't think Shamario De Pisa would be under any undue pressure. He would know his role. Certainly Randy Thomas, who batted well in 2023, batted well even in the Masters cricket as well for the West Indies. So they're going to set their stall, Andrew, and they're going to try to wear this, build the opposition down. The pitch still looks relatively good, but we're seeing some signs now, Andrew. It's just gripping a little, possibly it might keep a little low later on in the afternoon. All these things will come into play, but the number one factor is the back to 50 overs.
Zoom in.
We're into over number 10. Just allow you to look into your crystal ball and tell me what kind of score you think Gladio will be looking for here. You talked, of course, as that ball is out towards cover. They'll get a second run comfortably here, placed in the offside field. And had they been aggressive in the running, they might have gotten 3, but they settled for 2. So what kind of score, Jamal, do you think Gladio will be looking for here?
I'm rubbing my crystal ball right now, Andrew. It's a bit cloudy, so I can't set a target at the moment. What I can tell you is certainly Gladio are looking to buy their time. I would say for the first 15-20 overs, I'll have a look from there. They said if Ashley is walking around the boundary at this time with his shorts on and the slippers, he doesn't intend to get any action too soon. I said Giovanni De Pisa, he's there. He's the only one that's padded really on Rivaldo Clark. So they'll set themselves to back lead, as I said before, possibly looking to get into that 220 region, anywhere north of that, 230, 240, 250 and up. As I said, Andrew, the pitch looks good now, but I'm seeing signs that it may slow down a bit later, and then obviously there will be volume in bowling straight at the stumps and probably getting a delivery or two to keep it low. You have to give it to Gladio, Andrew. They have a pretty good white ball formula when it comes to BCA cricket, T20 and 50 over, but obviously Willie's far from a pushover. As we see, our first change really, Jaden Roberts here coming in to do battle against Randy Thomas.
And Roberts is a useful medium pace bowler. And that was in the air. Let's start for Roberts. Tell me about Roberts. You like him as a cricketer?
First time I saw him way back when, he was actually a keeper at the Frozen Parry School, Grossberg. He's here now bowling medium pace. He strikes the ball well as well. That's some of the power that we really have, because if you have Roberts, you have Carlos Braffett, obviously you probably got really 6-7, and Jerome Jones. And those are 3 guys that can finish any game at this level, certainly. So he's gone well so far, still learning his craft as far as his medium pace is concerned. Good lift on that occasion. So he's one of those guys that he seems to have the ability really to continue to improve. He's come all leaps and bounds, as I said. He's gonna grow a squirt, and he could be one for the future, at least in all round, certainly in the white ball format. You'll have to wait and see. That's conjecture at this point.
Zoom in a little bit.
Very well. Well, I said that it's a no ball, but look at the effort there and the bunks generated from Roberts. But it's a no ball, so free hit.
Yeah, good length delivery went through nicely to Maynard. We see some deliveries go through pretty nicely to Maynard, firstly from Jerome Jones and now Roberts. But indiscretion there, going over the front line, gives Randy Thomas obviously a chance to open up his arms. The run rate not too threatening at this point. Just 37 for 1, 3.58, so they're not going along at a merry rate, but as I said, they will try to consolidate as long as possible, keep wickets in their hand, and probably make a bigger push in the latter stages. Should be a wide.
I would have thought so. I think he's very lucky to have gotten away with that. It was short, it was wide.
None of us passed the Empire's course though, Andrew. So we'll have to go with the square leg umpire.
Yeah, I think he was very lucky. Very, very lucky. You would have called it a wide.
Yeah,
And you didn't do the course, did you?
I didn't do the course.
Yeah, very lucky. Very good work indeed to stop that. Moving across to the right down in the boundary. They look for another run. That will be the Matara coming across. That's good work indeed. Having to move to the right down at fine leg. And that's what is so important. Fielding is so vitally important here.
Yeah, but it was a good stroke from Randy Thomas. He's that kind of a guy, isn't he, Andrew? Randy Thomas, he sneaks upon you. You see him coming to bat, then you look around, he's 40, 50. He's the kind of guy, he jabs and he jabs and he jabs away at you. Some very little fine jabs, and before you know it, you'll have a black eye. So you have to be very careful here. The ability to kind of low Thomas to set his stall. They really should go after him, try to remove him, offset the plans of the Guardiola team.
So it's gone to 40 for 1 now. Well, leaving the left-hander, but he's actually generated already some good bounce. He's a tall man, Jaden Roberts, and that ball seemed away from the left-hander, but the thing about that was the bounce generated. Of course, the road to the final for Gladiola, 240 when they played against Wanderers. They actually won that game by 41 runs. Pisa has been there from the start. He's got 9 from as many as 29 balls. So 11 gone, 40 for 1.
As I said, Andrew, you're saying that the Pisa has struggled, but I think this is his role today. I think he's going to see out probably the first phase, the first 10, and then see what he can do there after that. I said Ron Thomas is there as well. Going along pretty nicely from their perspective based on what I can see to be their team plan, but obviously will be very happy as well. Just about 3 points over threats there. Another ball to change. No, see Desmond Currency left on orthodox. He's coming in and say, well, Woody Richard to the stream. Good morning, Woody.
Good morning to you too, Jamal. I would have, we would have preferred if, as much as it's very cool and nice breeze blowing across the ground, we would have preferred we seeing a little bit of sun and not as much cloud. But still a lovely day. I'm sure the spectators will be happy that it's not as muggy maybe if the sun was out.
You're actually correct. I was about to tell you I was here about 3 weeks ago, I think it was. I was watching the intermediate semi-final, and it was sweltering really. I actually had to leave. I didn't have enough water on me. I said, you know what?
There's a gas station just around the corner.
I'm not being paid for this. I'm leaving it. But there's a nice breeze today, but not much. And it's cloud coverage right now, so it's pretty cool. Picturesque ground, isn't it?
Fantastic.
Is there any way of you commentated that you can say that matches in terms of the ambience?
Good question. Perhaps the only place you could perhaps maybe link with it, you could probably suggest. I could suggest maybe. Well, if you're talking only in Barbados, certainly not in Barbados.
Well, they asked you about your commentary because you have a very illustrious career.
What illustrious career?
I was looking for some really New Zealand.
Well, New Zealand. Well, yes, New Zealand. Certainly, Queenstown in New Zealand was certainly a fantastic place to do. Well, I didn't do commentary there, but certainly would have gone on tour with the West Indies men's team, and it was certainly a very picturesque ground. But in terms of doing commentary, I would perhaps suggest maybe the Arnisville Sports Complex with the beach on the southern side and the E.T. Joshua, decommissioned E.T. Joshua Airport on the northern side, and seeing the planes go in and out. I'd perhaps suggest that was maybe one of the more picturesque venues. And you've got some place like where's that? In Jamaica, then at Alpart Sports Club. Trelawney, yes, that is also a very nice ground. We're looking out towards, for any media centre, you look out towards the north coast of Jamaica. And also if you go a little bit due east of Trelawney, you'll get to some place called Discovery Bay. What's the name of that ground? In Discovery Bay in Jamaica, Kaiser Oval. So there's a few lovely grounds. Yes, those are some of the comparisons, but certainly in Barbados, this one takes the cake. But we've come to the end of the over. It's 41 without loss.
Gladiola and the Willie Sports Club.
Are you ready? No. No ball. Anyone, you get a good.
No ball?
Yeah.
No,
Dog. Trees. Dog.
So,
Good morning to you, Woody.
good morning to you, Donovan. And so it will be Roberts to continue from the Riverway View end. Well, so now beginning to just maybe peep out and try to fight that battle there with the clouds. But at the moment, slow going here by the Gladiola side. They've got the power hitters later on, but you still want to be able, as we've seen from the Super 50 Cup, and we also saw from the West Indies versus England series, that you still want to get a decent total within the first 10 overs, the first 20 as the innings advance, and no ball and a free hit there for opportunity there for Gladiola.
Yeah, certainly. The Willie side, pretty good so far with the ball. Just a couple of deliveries there, but for most parts it's been accurate. Then they've lost the wicket of Martin Nurse, who is one of their leading players. So they're leaning now towards a bit of caution in terms of not wanting to give any more hits away. Looking to build a partnership between these two.
Now wide from Roberts, a bit of indiscipline here from the young pacer. No ball, now another extra wide, and still the free hit for the Gladiola team. Will Randy Thomas make use of it?
Well, yeah, certainly Robert just a bit guilty of being a bit wayward. But when you look at this backhand attack, Woody, you will see the lights still of Hart, Ashley Nurse, Matthew Jones, who are quite capable of upping the ante, as they would say in our Belgian parlance, and still can score quickly as they bat a little further down the order.
Well, Roberts doing the normal thing, bowl the short ball, it sails over the batsman's head, try to maybe get a bit of bat onto it, not able to do so. So he doesn't give away the boundary. Good running, but poor bit of fielding there by Yard at mid-off. And that gives the batsman the opportunity. Jones, sorry, my apologies. By Jones, the at mid-off, and gives the batsman the opportunity to come back for the second run.
Yeah, certainly one of the better fielders in this Wildy side. Really surprising, probably himself and all here, that he didn't get that one cleanly. But the Cardinals sin taking his eyes off of the ball, thus misfeeling and gifting them 3 runs, easy runs in the end.
46 for 1 it is. The Pisa going pretty slowly along, 9 runs from 33 balls. Not the kind of a start that and Jamal were having a discussion about what sort of target would Gladiola need to put on the board to maybe put a big challenge up for the Wildy side. But at the moment, things going slowly along for Gladiola, and we're into now over number 13, and with just 46 runs on the board. They'll have to do a lot of batting in the remaining overs to really get up to maybe a very challenging total.
Yes, certainly. And if you notice, both players there, Thomas and the Pisa, two same types of batters who are not very aggressive, really, who like to nudge here and nudge there to accumulate their runs. But as I said, hopefully in the back end, the likes of Ashley Nurse and Hart, Matthew Jones, and they can probably make up in the end.
End of over number 13, it's 46 for 1. So Desmond Currency to continue from the northern end of the ground. Decent spin bowler. One of the players who will certainly will depend upon to be able to keep things in check for them against this very powerful Gladiola batting lineup. And we still haven't seen, I would suggest that perhaps one of the players who, in terms of one of the bowlers, who's been perhaps one of the more successful in this tournament this season, or Tariq O'Neill. When he comes on, he will also be someone who will also give some trouble. So far, he's bowled 5 overs for 21 runs, so pretty good stuff up front from him.
Certainly, and Desmond Currency is one with loads of variety. He also has a good arm ball. One for most of the times is very, very accurate and gives little way.
Still no shots of anger really from the Pisa. That would take him into double figures. Just scoring at about 27 runs, 27.03. Need to improve on that. And that's one of the part of the game in the Caribbean that a lot of people have really complained about. We heard so much about it, about being able to keep the strike, just keep turning over the strike. Appeal for a maybe LBW decision, but turned down by the umpire. But that's one of the areas of the game that certainly the players in the Caribbean need to pay more attention to. They need to pay more attention to maybe being able to turn the strike over, especially when the spinners are bowling.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I find it difficult to pick the ones and the twos up. We tend to bat for boundaries only. So once the bowling is tight and we get into that rut, and once we're not scoring and then looking to score the big shot often, we gift our hands away. But you're right in saying that the Pisa, he would need to turn it around, get the ones and twos along with Thomas, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and set it up for the batters to come.
End of over number 14, it's 48 for 1.
So we got 49?
Correction to that total, it should be 49 for 1. Roberts to continue from the southern end, the pavilion end of the ground. Gina Roberts, a young all-rounder who highly regarded by those in the Wildy side.
Yeah, certainly one for the future. Good all-round player, as you said. Good on pace once he really cranks it up, and quite capable with the bat, getting a couple hundreds this year. So no doubt an asset to this Wildy side, and that is really a pretty decent side.
Randy Thomas was the hero for Gladiola in the semi-finals. He got 55, not out from 82 balls. Martin Nurse, the other hero, has already been dismissed, gone for 17. 49 for 1, we're in over number 15. See Roberts going right up into the block hole, looking for that Yorker. Thomas not able to really do any much with it. They still get the leg by to get the 50 for Gladiola. So 50 for 1. It has come slowly but surely.
Yeah, certainly. Both players of that nature, Randy Thomas and Shamara De Pisa. But the likes of Rivaldo Clark still to come. Giovanni De Pisa. You've got Kemar Hart. You've got Ashley Nurse. Still Matthew Jones. So with 14 overs gone, and this player can take it to at least the 25th over. Taking their ones and twos, they set it up perfectly for the other batters to come, who most of them are very, very aggressive.
But the question is, would this still leave too much for them, for those players in the bottom half of the batting who can clobber the ball? Will they leave too much for them to do to try to come to get a major total?
Yeah, certainly that's why he was suggesting that this pair here, even though they're not traditionally known as boundary hitters, if they can pick up the ones, the twos, the one that is gifted to them in terms of boundary, and they can keep that scoreboard ticking, I'm sure once the likes Rivaldo Clark and the others, as I said, get there, to certainly propel this score somewhere in the region to 50 to 60, which should be competitive.
More indiscipline from Jaden Roberts. Yet another no ball. That now is his third no ball. So another free hit. We see a shot of anger coming from the Pisa. But another point you may want to maybe discuss is that a lot of the players who are playing here today have been involved in the BIM 10 tournament, which has been taking place down at the Desmond Haynes Oval in Black Rock, and so in the mindset that they should really be playing big shot, they could certainly be in tune to playing the big shots and scoring quickly, especially when you only have 60 balls in a T10 match.
Well, my opinion on that is that once you are a cricketer of any sorts, you should be able to make the adjustment. If you're a batter, you should be able to adjust. Bowler, in terms of your lines, your lengths, so they should be able to adjust. If some of them are a bit tired after this one.
Well, he's finally come out of the cocoon and played a magnificent shot there, Shamario De Pisa. That will fetch him his first boundary, a 6 over the top of square leg, and and that's why you can't be indiscriminate as a bowler in this format, in the white ball formats, because when you there's an indiscretion with the no balls, you give the batsman the opportunities to do things like what Shamario De Pisa just done.
And certainly then you bowl extra deliveries, and you certainly don't want that, and that one was too short. I really stood up and really asked for the treatment that it got and it deserved.
Line not right on this occasion again, just a bit too much on the leg stump, and an opportunity for the batsman doing some good running there, 2 runs there, and maybe that is an opportunity now to maybe that will help now to give him some confidence, settle him down a little bit more. Maybe the occasion of being playing in his first maybe a big final such as this, he may very well be a little bit have some nerves in the gut. When you played in finals, what sort of feeling would you have had?
Well, I've always been a very positive and confident person. So if it was a final, a normal game, whatever, I treated every game as though it was a final. So I was always ready. But it could be a case where, as you said, in the final, wanting to do really well for our team, you put yourself under a little pressure.
In the air, but falls in no man's land, and he will get another run as he goes up now to 20, and the end of over number 15. It's a Gladiola who were put in by Wildy in the final, the Super 50 Cup, BCA Super 50 Cup final here at the KMV Oval. They are presently 62 for 1.
Oh shoot.
All that time?
But no, I used to so if I start and then they come to Carlos and then they come to after we go back to the But then they got the catch now to Carlos, so he got to switch it to the big trails. No.
Why gotta do it too?
You said you gonna do it too, right? But I want you to know that it's easier for me to do it with Total Cricket Square. They say he's gonna pick out this stuff way he want.
Oh, okay.
Don't forget, he's still learning this program.
Still currency.
So it will be currency to continue. He's into his third over. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 4 before this.
Yes.
So far, very economical currency. Spinners have done the job so far for the will decide.
Yes, certainly. One who's normally very accurate. His lines are good. His lines are very good in terms of arms and width. He seldom gives anything away. And as I said, with that arm ball as well, he's quite a handful, and one who throughout the seasons have done pretty good for the Wildy side.
Bit uppish there from the Pisa, but it was fortunate that just got it away from Roberts. Again, the Pisa not able to, but maybe just place the ball. Just could have played out maybe just a little bit more to the left of the ball, and he could have probably gotten a single. And that's what they always tell you. In this cricket, is always a single to long off and long
That's
on.
true.
As there's now a change to the field, see the square leg coming up, deep square leg coming into orthodox square leg position, and the mid off going out to long off. So there are opportunities for runs here.
And the ball before that, he got to the pitch of the ball, which he could have easily probably lifted over cover. But again, could be confidence, believing in your own ability. In a final, could be under pressure. He just drove it straight to cover.
Forcing this one away through the offside. So another tidy over from Desmond Currency comes to an end. Just the 1 run conceded, and at the end of it, Gladiola, who were put in by Wildy, they are 63 for 1. The Pisa is there on 21. Thomas is on 13, and they've so far lost Martin Nurse, who was caught by the keeper Richards off the bowling of Jones for 17 from a miscued hook in the 7th over. It was 26 for 1 at this stage, but so this pair so far put on 37 for the second wicket, trying to consolidate for the Gladiola side.
Yes, certainly Currency continues to bowl well, continues to be a very important part of this Wildy side, with a good bowling attack as well as a good behind attack. Both sides really feeling a good team today, both teams. So this, I would imagine, if the Superb and Gladiola side could get anywhere in the region at 250, 260, we can see a really good game here today as we go in to the conclusion of this match.
Well, Roberts, who's been on the expensive side, 3 overs for 21 runs, he's been removed from the attack and he's been replaced by Carlos Brathwaite, the former Barbados all-rounder and West Indies T20 captain. And what a way to be greeted. Swatted away by the Pisa. Short ball. That one sat up nicely, and he dealt with it in the appropriate fashion. And so maybe he's now beginning to see, some express himself a little bit more.
Well, certainly that one was that was inviting for him. Stood up, asked to be hit, really and truthfully, as they would say, a gift to him, which he accepted quite gleefully. Indeed, a very short delivery to start by Carlos Brathwaite.
Another shortish ball and pulled away towards the long on boundary for another 4 for the Pisa. So he's seen something that he likes at the moment.
Certainly, and Carlos Brathwaite guilty of easing the pressure somewhat here. 2 short deliveries, really gifting the batter Mario the Pisa opportunities to score, and he took them and took them quite gleefully, as I would imagine. So not a very good start at all by Carlos Brathwaite.
And perhaps still in the BIM 10 mode.
It looks that way, most definitely.
Because those lengths may be good for what's happening down at Carlton, but on such a nice pitch here at KMV Oval, fullish length, better length, attacking the stumps, and the Pisa playing it well. So good cricket all round.
That's a better length. Needing to keep the pressure on, keep creating that pressure, looking to make further inroads into this Gladiola side batting unit.
71 for 1. I said the Pisa seem to like Carlos Brathwaite's bowling, because he's really beginning to play a little bit more aggressively towards Brathwaite. Or maybe there's a bit of a rivalry between the two.
He seems to be playing with a plan. He decided he's going to get himself in. He's going to take what's on offer. And after a certain amount of overs, then he's going to go for it, knowing the batting is pretty long for the Gladiola side.
Well, that was a miscued pull, but he will get 6 for it. Another short ball from Brathwaite. Certainly the length's terrible, and that's the 50 partnership coming up with that 6 for the Pisa, who now goes up to 35. Thomas is there on 13, 77 for 1. The 50 coming up from 66 deliveries, and 2 4s, 2 6s in it. The Pisa 30 runs from 31 balls. Thomas 13 runs from 32 balls. But really not a very good first over from Carlos Brathwaite.
Certainly not a good start. Not a good start at all here from Brathwaite. Guilty of bowling way too short, as I said earlier, easing the pressure on the Wildy side. Really were bowling well, not giving much away until he came into the attack. And so far he has gone for 14 runs in this over, and certainly not what the Wildy side or the captain will want at this stage.
And especially when you would have removed Roberts, who was on the expensive side. I know we're one of your most experienced bowlers coming on and really giving 3 gifts to the Pisa. So the end of a very expensive over from Carlos Brathwaite. 14 runs coming from it. At the end of it, Gladiola 77 for 1, with the Pisa there on 35 and Thomas on 13. And we will have a drinks break here at the KMV Oval. It gives me a chance for me to just run through everything that has happened so far this morning, to let you know that the Wildy won the toss in this, the final of the BCA Super 50 Cup here at the KMV Oval. The toss won by Wildy, and they put Gladiola into bat. And so far, Gladiola have reached 77 for 1. The Pisa's there on 35. Thomas is on 13. They have lost only the wicket of Martin Nurse, who was caught by wicketkeeper Demetrius Richards off the bowling of Jones for 17 from a miscued hook. And it was then 26 for 1 in the 7th over, and since then it's been the Pisa and Thomas. It's been slow going initially, but it has picked up in the last few overs with a bit of indisciplined bowling coming from the Wildy team. For Wildy, Jones 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13.
Guns along with Randy Thomas, and they've built a partnership of somewhat, and they're looking to push on here. Carlos Brathwaite into the attack. A senior player who have played international cricket and have played in all the franchises throughout the world, really needed to keep the pressure on, but instead he just gifted a few boundaries away. So 77 for 1 after 17, evenly poised. If the Gladiola side can get up to another 60 runs without losing any further wickets, and then with the likes of Rivaldo Clark, the Pisa to come, Ashley Nurse and Matthew Jones, we can very well see a total of over 250.
So at the moment, players having a drink, 77 for 1. So the scoring rate seems to be picking up here now, Donovan, as the Gladiola team seem to have found their batsmen, top order batsmen seem to have found their feet a little bit more.
Yeah, certainly. Both Thomas and Shamar de Pisa would have set themselves a target in terms of overs, and then they're obviously going to push on with the lengthy attack batting to come.
You talk about Randy Thomas being the sort of player who will just knock it around, but that was a lovely shot, equal to it, launching it over the top of the mid-on area and getting his first boundary. So he now goes up to 21, and Gladiola now on to 85 for 1. Oh, and a chance there put down by Roberts. I'm not having a very good day, Jaden Roberts. That should have been taken. Certainly at this level, that's a catch that you have to be able to take and only able to parry it away. And Thomas gets an opportunity to fight on.
Certainly given a chance to a very dangerous customer in Thomas. That one really should have been taken by Roberts. But Currency a bit unfortunate here. But no doubt, Thomas really glad for the opportunity to keep going.
So as it seems though, maybe they've got some instructions now from inside the dressing room that yes, you've given us a solid platform. Now it's time to maybe start to turn the scoring rate up a little bit more.
Certainly, not necessarily give your wicket away, but be a little bit more aggressive in terms of your stroke play and your running between the wickets.
And as we said, opportunity, you got a long off, you got a long on, you knock the ball to long off and long on against the spinner, and there's always a run there. So you can keep yourself going, you can keep the scoring rate
the
up.
Scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, definitely.
Very, very important.
Definitely. That's how we used to play it in the old days, didn't we?
Oh, of course.
Doing what they should do, and getting another run there is Shamario de Pisa. He now moves up to 37. Thomas is on 23, and at the end of over number 17, it's 89 for 1.
Certainly intelligent batting by both of these players, knocking the ball around into the gaps, getting your ones and twos, keep the scoreboard ticking over with the anticipation that the bad delivery will come along and you knock it away for 4 or 6. Keep that rate up for the likes of the more attacking players to come and certainly that's the remedy for a good score after your 50 overs finish.
Wildy would have played at this venue early on in the tournament in the 4th round, but that game ended in a no result because of the weather. They got up to 268 off 49 overs and 1 ball. That's Wildy. Just let you know that they did play here early in the season, and they'll be hoping that even if they are set a massive total, that based on the knowledge of a little bit of foreknowledge about the conditions here, they could probably use that to put themselves in a winning position. Profit to continue. Again, just left line, maybe not exactly what he would have wanted, but I guess he will be contented that it was only a single.
Certainly, but you can see Shamari De Pisa now starting to really flow, now settle, a bit more confident in his stroke play, and a little aggression is creeping in at his stroke play, no doubt looking to push the score on. But I've had a conversation between himself and Thomas, along with the think tanks in the Gladiola side, so no doubt looking to push on from here.
And if we talk about pushing on, let's look at it. We're now in over number 19. In the first 5 overs, they got just 15 runs, Gladiola, so that'll be a scoring rate of about 3 runs an over. In the next 5 overs, they got up to 36 for 1 after 10, so that would be about 21 runs from 5 overs. That's a scoring rate of about 4.2. Then 26 runs would have come from the next 5 overs, so that would be a scoring rate of about 5.2. And now they've already upped the ante, because they have now reached 92 for 1, and we're in over number 19. And so in those, let's say that we've already seen about 30 runs coming in about 3 overs and 3.5 overs. So that just shows you the progression in terms of increasing the scoring tempo.
You can certainly see the difference in the attitudes of both batters in terms of looking to score consistently.
Gladiola would have played most of their matches on home soil, so they'll want to prove that they can win away from home, and that will be uppermost in their minds. I think they played about, of the 11 matches that they would have played, they probably played about 7 games at Rice's.
Wow.
Again, Carlos Braffett not getting the radar right, and this is also the second final as well to Gladiola. Certainly they've proven that they are perhaps very powerful in the white ball formats. Haven't quite maybe gotten it right in the red ball, you would suggest?
Yeah, certainly the white ball format, they've really played some very, very good cricket. It's a very good unit on and off the field, and this helps them really to come together as a one strong team, and they've been doing really, really, really well. Some players, in my opinion, that are very good but are really underrated. Guys like Stefan Griffith comes to mind, and Kemar Hart. These guys really pulled them through this season. 2 very good players for this side. But as I said earlier, this Gladiola side, a well-oiled unit, both on and off the field.
And they would have also won the T20 title, so they were looking to do the double in the white ball double here. And a bit of a bad feeling again here from Jaden Roberts. He's certainly dropped Thomas. And a bit of bad feeling. He's also not being consistent with his bowling. But we've come to the end of over number 19. It's 97 for 1.
Yeah, certainly we all have days like Roberts is having,
Yeah,
when the ball seems to follow you.
That's correct.
Wherever you go, the ball seems to be following you. But he's one who I know will bounce back and bounce back quickly. Just keep trying to do better as he is in the field. Already spilled the catch, a couple of misfields, but we all know, especially ones who've played it for a while, that's how the game goes sometimes. But 97 for 1, certainly superb blend Gladiola. Looking pretty good and looking to push on here.
So as I said, they're also just to emphasize the point about them being, I would have to say the white ball bullies in Barbados. They won the T20 title a couple seasons back when that was the only cricket being played in Barbados because of the coronavirus pandemic, and they've come to again here this year, won the T20 title, then they won their final again, trying to see if they can do the white ball double. But we have a situation where the Wildy team, they would have conceded the red ball title to Empire this season. So a lot for both teams to play for in this final.
Yes, certainly. But what I like about the Barbados Workers Junior Super Blend Gladiola side, they have a good mixture of youth and experience, and some good young players as well. So they've really blended beautifully.
Zishan Motara will replace the Currency at the northern end. Currency going off after 4 overs. No man has done for 17. His 4 overs on the trot. Motara to come in. I'd also suggest to you that you used to talk about the blend of youth and experience, but they've also got the blend of experience at the regional and international level, of varying levels. You've got former young West Indies under 19 players. You've got Barbados.
Nurse.
You've got former Barbados players. You've got Ashley Nurse. Even their coach, Ryan Nurse, himself a former Barbados pacer.
Yes, also indeed a very good unit, Rice, Scissors and Phillip, and they're showing it by their performances really, and that they're one of the better teams in our local cricket, and their performances certainly would suggest that.
Steady start so far from Motara. Will they be looking to try to pull things back just a bit? I want in the air just to the left of the field in at that mid-wicket position. So they're just shy of the 100-run mark. Surprised to see the slip in at this stage, Donovan?
Well, you're looking for a wicket. Young Motara is one who certainly can give you that opportunity. So I really don't mind him bowling with a slip. Gets about a bounce and turn a lot, so a slip is okay at this stage.
Highly regarded around the club circuit.
And certainly one for the future, young Motara. His control is good. He's really accurate most of the time, and he's been consistent.
Got a bit of feeling there.
Be consistent all season.
So we've come to the end of the over. 20 overs gone. At the end of it, Gladiola 98 for 1 with De Pisa there on 41. That's Shamario De Pisa. Remember, of course, they've also got Giovanni De Pisa in their lineup. Randy Thomas is there on 25. And they've emerged from what has been a slow start.
Yes, certainly. Pacing themselves beautifully and looking now after 20 in a pretty good position. Wickets in hand, the most important thing here, and they can push for that big score in the end, as we see Carlos Braffett is continuing from the southern end.
He'll want to try to tidy up now, Carlos Braffett. 2 overs for 21 runs, so pretty expensive, going at 10.5 and over. Well, not a very good start from Brathwaite, because the Pisa has put away another, we've got to say, another lollipop, as he goes up to 45 and brings up the 100 for Gladiola in over number 21, the 100 from 131 balls. and the Gladiola team now beginning to accelerate.
Yeah, certainly too short again from Carlos Braffett. Easy for Shamari De Pisa to put away. Indeed, guilty of being too short, Carlos.
A little bit too full, but not given the appropriate treatment by De Pisa. One of the things I would suggest that we also see a lot of with our cricketers in the white ball formats, they tend always to go for power, sometimes rather than placement. If they may be able to maybe do, probably, place the ball a little bit more, he could have probably gotten a boundary there on that occasion.
Yeah, certainly.
Struck firmly, but again, going for the power, not the placement, not just getting maybe just a little bit too excited on that occasion. Just to let you know, Donovan, the first 50 for Gladiola came up from 94 balls, and our scorer, Harold Eastman, tells me that his second 50 came from just 37 balls. So that's just again an indication of the kind of acceleration that's taken place. Good slow the ball there from Brathwaite. 3 4s and 4 6s coming in that second 50.
Aided and abetted by some really indifferent bowling, and you would expect Carlos Brathwaite to do better, one with loads of experience locally and internationally. Really, when the pressure was on the Gladiola side, he somewhat eased it a bit by really gifting some short and indifferent bowling to Shomario De Pisa, who gladly accepted, I must say.
That one probably was just a bordering on maybe being called it wide. But it's certainly a good platform has been set here for the Gladiola team. The Pisa's circumspect, but he's certainly blossomed. Looking to go square, but straight to the field again. The end of over number 21. At the end of it, Gladiola are 102 for 1. We'll have a double change with Andrew Mason and Andy Payne coming in to replace myself and Donovan.
So thank you, Willie Richard. And it's been a good performance by Gladiola so far. Being inserted, they are 102 for 1. And as Willie said, 21 overs gone. And just a couple of people on the far side of the ground. You expect it to build. It's an early start. Actually left home this morning, just around 8:30. Just wanted to make sure that I got the radar right. Willie Richards apparently got lost in St. Joseph. That's right. He made a wrong turn. Do you know this ground well? Hello, Andy Payne. Nice to see you.
A pleasure. I know this ground very well, Andrew. A countryman myself, I've played quite a few matches here.
Well, country, of course, could be in St. Philip, it could be in St. John, it could be in St. Lucie, St. Peter. What part of the country are you from?
St. Lucie, man.
Oh, you're St. Lucie, man. Barbados is only female parish.
Indeed.
Here's a drive. Lovely flowing shot for a single. But this represents a pretty solid foundation on which to build here. Because when you look at the rate is 4.87, the Pisa has been solid after a bit of a slow start. And we know Randy Thomas is a player that will work the ball around. So one would think that at 103 for 1, Gladiola will be quite happy.
They'll be happy at this point, Andrew. And I'm very impressed with what the Pisa have done. He's paced himself. He's been slow to start, but he knows there's a lot of deliveries in this innings. And then you've seen him get himself in, and now he's coming into his own. Yeah, and Thomas is a very experienced player at this level, so you can't rule him out. He's been here a lot of times, and he's been very prolific at this level for a long time, Randy Thomas.
Yes. You're right about Thomas. He's looked good. He'll come back for the second here and we'll get it. This is good aggressive cricket by Gladiola. Ball went down to that extra cover area. Bolden fumbled a bit and they got a run. Of course, we're in St. Andrew on the east coast of Barbados. Wonderful part of Barbados as well.
Yeah, very scenic this area. You've got Chalky Mountain just to our right, Andrew. And as I said, you've got the East Coast Road, you got Pico Tenerife, all that lakes area. So it's very scenic. Anyone who don't know the area well, you can come on and it's very picturesque.
Of course, Woody Richards saying follow Google's map to get here. I sent Woody the pin this morning, but he still got lost. Can you imagine? Harold Eastman, who is a St. Philip man nowadays, actually made sure that he got here in time, so he left at 7 o'clock this morning and arrived just after 7:30.
Don't think you will have much traffic to contend with this Saturday morning, Andrew.
Not at all. In fact, I went the St. James route. I'm a St. James man. Well, of course, I'm a Philippine, but now live in St. James, and I came down Farley Hill. And the roads were pretty good, I must admit. Understand the Ermy-Bourne Highway is looking good as well. Of course, we'll be the first female parliamentarian, and the East Coast is named after her.
Yep.
So, we got a situation where Gladiola 106 for 1, 22 gone.
Yep. I think Gladiola did find himself in a good position, a partnership of 80 between these two after they lost Martin Nurse early this morning. But the Pisa and Thomas, they've put in together a good partnership. They're running between the wickets, been very good. I mean, they've put in the pressure on the wildy fielders, and every misfield they're capitalizing and coming back for the seconds and thirds on some occasions. So some good running between the wickets. And these two, they've really put the wildy team, the Gladiola team, ahead to this point, in my view.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. The Pisa has been very solid. And, you know, someone like a Randy Thomas is a good player. Of course, you've got Javonda De Pisa to come, would have represented the West Indies down to the 19 level. Rivaldo Clark, one that I think will eventually go on to play for the West Indies. I'm going to make that prediction, as they did with Shamar Joseph. When I first saw him in the CPL, you could see the ability of the young man. And the thing about it is you've got to be fit. And he is fit, and we wish him well. But just getting back to Rivaldo Clark, player with a lot of ability and one that you expect to go very far. So 106 for 1, Gladiola. Crowd is building, lots of traffic as we look out from where we are. And we expect, as I said, a lot of more to come to the ground. Last time I was here would have been a long time ago. In fact, there was a under 15 match being played. But you have to give a lot of credit to De Pisa, Shamari De Pisa. He's batted very well on a pitch which was a little bit tricky at the start, kept a little bit low, but it's flattened up quite nicely now. And he's on the cusp of making a half century. He's on to 49 and has got very good support from Randy Thomas. Partnership that has realized 81 already. We're into over number 23. We reminded that Wildy won the toss and chose to field.
Yep, good batsmanship, like I said, shown by the young De Pisa, Shamario De Pisa. He's bided his time, and that's what batsmanship is all about, Andrew. You go through the tough periods, and then you just bat it out, and it gets easier as you go on. And he's proven that that's what batsmanship is all about. And as you can see him now, he's looking really the part. It's just to get this half century and hopefully to carry on and get a big score in this final. And this is where you're making it in finals when people are watching.
They'll get two here possibly. They should comfortably. And had they been quick, they might have gotten a third. But I think they were resigned very early for that second run. Randy Thomas, who actually represented the West Indies team recently in Masters, is not as young as Harold Eastman, who's pretty close to 60.
Yeah. So yeah. So Randy Thomas, a very experienced player at this level. He's also had a one game for Barbados, Andrew. So yeah, he'll be looking to carry on here. He's batting against the experienced Carlos Braffett, and he's looking very positive. No chance taken to young Zishan Matara at third man area, who's a very good fielder. He's a gun fielder, Matara. So wise decision being made by the two in the middle. Play that one, Randy Thomas down to third man. Matara, he was on it quickly, and they just resulted in one run.
So good to have Andy Payne of St. Lucie, man. What part of St. Lucie are you from, Andy?
Let's see if you know the area well, Andrew. I'm from a place called Cave Hill.
From Cave Hill. Well, I know Cave Hill. UWI. I didn't know there was another Cave Hill in Barbados.
There's Cave Hill. Cave Hill is a very unique part of St. Lucie. It's between St. Peter and St. Lucie.
Cave
between
Hill.
Date Tree Hill and Pike Corner.
Okay. Well, I do know that per capita, St. Lucie has got the most funeral homes in the world. Per capita. You've got about, what, 6 or 7 down there?
Quite a few.
Can you imagine that? Several funeral homes
Could be
in St.
6.
Lucie. Do you own one?
No.
50 for this young batsman who's really batted very well. Shamar DePisa just a little push away in the offside for a single. This is a very good performance from him and really has set a strong foundation on which to build Gladiola. 23 gone, 111 for 1.
Yeah, good half century by young DePisa. He's 75 balls for his half century, and you know, Andrew, ever since that free hit that he hit over mid wicket off Roberts, you know, he's just come into his own, and he's just said to himself, I'm in, I'm going to carry on. He's had some 3 sixes, is it? 2 sixes and 3 fours so far, but a good innings by the young man, and a good partnership being on offer here between these two. But to bat into a final, losing the experienced Martin Nurse, who would have been the one probably that the Gladiola team would have taken to be at this point, and he lost his partner early, and he's carried on to score a half century. He's doing a good job for his team so far.
So we start over number 24 now. Chance for a catch. Catch taken. So, after doing all the hard work, a bit of a soft dismissal, DePisa driving the ball down towards the long off area, the catch taken by Curtsy, and that is an important wicket to get. He goes, and in over number 24, Gladiola 111 for 2.
So often in cricket, Andrew, we've heard about the Nelson, and here we've got a wicket falling at this 1-1-1 for 2. So a good knock by DePisa. He'll be very disappointed that he's put in all the work, hard work to this point to get his half century and to get out at this point. But in comes Rivaldo Clark, the player that you've been talking about so far. So a good player to have to come in at this point, Andrew.
Yeah, good player. No doubt about his ability, but just getting back to DePisa, you know, sometimes you do all the hard work, you get to 50, should be seeing the ball as big as a Bajan breadfruit, and then you get out. And he was a bit of a victim of his own discretion there. It was a soft dismissal, didn't get quite to the pitch, and just popped the catch down at mid-off. And good catch by Currency. So wicket for Wildy, and as you said, Rivaldo Clark comes to do battle. So we encourage all of Barbados to come to the KMV Oval. It's of course on the East Coast. Would this be the isolation area?
The isolation area. Lakes area. Lakes is just lakes. But a good wicket for young Zishan Matara, Andrew. He's been the talk of the town recently as well with his leg spin. A lot of people saying how accurate he's been since he's come on the scene. So for such a man to make the breakthrough for Wildy.
Well, there's some people who think he's also got lots of ability. We've seen him bowl. Now they'll get a single. Sloppy work there coming from Carlos Brathwaite, who seems to have put on a bit of weight, maybe had some extra ham at Christmas time. He's looked a bit podgy to me, really. Looking a bit like you.
I thought I was looking a bit fit.
Your eyes certainly would have deceived you. Good clever batting by Thomas, just pushing the ball down towards that long on area for one. Rivaldo Clark 96 versus Wanderers as his homegrown Rices. He got 73 against Pickwick and Rices, and then 79 against UWI at the 3Ws Oval. So he's had some good scores thanks to Harold Eastman, our statistician, who's done a wonderful job. Big appeal for leg before, and Matara appealing more than the Red Cross Society there. He's appealing once, appealing twice. The umpire said no, he thought he had his man. Was that worth a shout?
It was worth a shout, but that one's a good call by the umpire. Matara, though, he's getting quite a little bit of bounce, so. But that get a bit of bounce on Matara, and his accuracy, as we said, he's been on spot on. So, but the new batsman in Rivaldo Clark now coming to the crease, he just needs to be a bit more watchful. But what an extended appeal by Matara that time, Andrew.
Yeah, he thought he had his man.
Yeah.
I think Clark's contribution could be very important here because he's the kind of player that if he stays and bats deep, you can easily get 250. He times the ball beautifully, works the ball around. So I think his wicket is important here.
Yeah, very busy player, Rivaldo Clark. So yeah, his wicket is very integral. But as you've seen that as he came on, that the Wildy team, they went a bit more in the attack. They had 2 slips in at one point. So they know how integral it would be to get that wicket. So that's the end of Matara's 3rd over. He's now conceded some 3 overs, 1 for 8, Andrew. So very economical start for him, Matara.
Yep, and 24 gone. Gladiola been inserted 114 for 2.
Your thoughts on the pitch so far this morning, and Andrew? I think is your comments. Sorry.
Well, in terms of the pitch, a little bit early, of course. A start before 10 o'clock. 1 or 2 deliveries earlier, kept a little bit low, 1 bounce. I think it was a little inconsistent, but I think it's flattened out quite nicely now. The moisture is leaving the pitch, and I think it's a lot better for batting, as we saw from DePisa and now Thomas. So I think it's a much better batting pitch. You've played here before. What kind of pitch is it normally?
Yeah, it's usually a good batting pitch. Like you said, as the time goes on, the wicket gets a lot better. Quarters to 10 start a bit early in the morning. Like you said, there will still be a bit of moisture around. You did the pitch toss with Jamal Smith earlier this morning, and you guys were out there and you saw it had a little bit of moisture around. But as the day goes on, you could see that it will be a good batting surface.
So Tariq O'Neill comes into the attack for the 2nd time. Opened the bowling. In fact, bang on target. His mother, father, sister just arrived in time to see him bowl. Game also being watched by my favorite cricketer, Dwayne Rommel Smith. Hello, Dwayne.
Yeah.
Good man is Dwayne Smith.
Yeah, good man indeed. Yep, so Tariq, he was started this morning from the northern end. He's even switched now to the south, Andrew. He's getting a bit of drift.
Very good effort in that cover area.
So Carlos Maynard, who's done the gloves in the outfield today.
To Tariq O'Neill, former Barbados under 19 cricketer. In fact, there was a bit of a stir, and he didn't actually play for Barbados last year when there was the opportunity. And Mark Bolden and company actually had a time, and based on his stats, I think you could have argued a case for him.
Yeah, I think he was a bit unlucky not to be on that side, Andrew. But he's always been very economical. Very good bowler, Tariq O'Neill. By on target again.
Been very good. There's no doubt about that. Very economical in that over. And in fact, he will be happy with his overall figures. 6 overs, no business done for 23. So 25 gone. Gladiola being inserted, 116 for 2.
Yeah, just reaching the halfway stage of this innings, 116 for 2. I think they feel that they're in a good position, the Gladiola team, just losing those 2 wickets so far. The experienced Randy Thomas, he's in the middle. You've got young Clark just coming in to start his innings. Bowling so far for the Wildy team. You could say that Matara, as he came in, he's looked good. He's picked up that wicket. So it's just for in this middle period, if he could carry on with his leg spin and try to make further inroads to put some pressure on the Gladiola team. But I think right now, I don't think they'll be too worried as to where they're at, Gladiola. Another good shot by Randy Thomas, just playing that one through the cover area up to long off for 2. So Randy, he's pushing his score along. He's gone up to 30. And like we said, Randy Thomas at this level is a very experienced player, and he's been very prolific over the years. So he will be the linchpin now in this middle order and to carry on for the Gladiola team.
They look for a second here and will get it.
So a good start to this over for the Gladiola team, Andrew. I think they've got some couple of tools so far to start the over. So Cam Terry to press on around the Clark. His score is going up now to 31, is it? 34, Randy Thomas.
So we encourage you to come down to Lakes in St. Andrew on the east coast of Barbados. Here's Matara. He's been very impressive. That would have been the wrong one there, as they say. The ball spun into the right hand, but he covered it well. He tends to get on the front foot early. His control is so good, this young man.
Yeah, I've been impressed with his accuracy ever since I've seen him, Andrew.
Well, again, Thomas can't pierce the offside field. Last 2 or so overs have been pretty good in terms of the bowling. So 26 gone, 120 for the loss of 2.
Yep. Yeah, a good partnership just starting to forge between these two. Just a partnership between Thomas and Clark. But good bowling again by Matara. He's been very accurate so far, Andrew. His bowling has gone so far. Some 4 overs for 12 runs with a 1 wicket. So in this middle period, they just need a Canteri scoring at 4 or 5 and over without losing any further wickets. And that will just set it up for a nice finish at the back end of the innings for the Gladiola team. So good batting between these two so far. So O'Neill, he will carry on from this or southern end.
Prime Minister Mayor Amor Mortley is about now addressing the country. Some very interesting developments. In fact, that press conference started at 11 o'clock. It started at 11:30. Woody Richards, who of course is a big BLP man. Reminds me that the press conference starts at 11:30.
There you see Clark just using the feet to try to get to the pitch of that one, but couldn't beat O'Neill. So no run on that occasion, but it's good to see young Rivaldo Clark just trying to use his feet. A busy player with Rivaldo Clark.
That's good cricket. Get into the pitch of the ball and just pushing into that cover area for a single. That's what it requires.
Yep.
One would imagine that Prime Minister Mortley will talk about the World Cup. Barbados hosting the World Cup finals June the 29th. So you got a date, so don't be late for that. And she'll also be addressing the country in relation to a resignation, I'm told. I could also expect her to announce that Ambassador Noah Lynch will be the man in charge of the organization of things for the World Cup. That will come, I'm sure, this afternoon. A little birdie told me that. In fact, it was the man who's doing this broadcast, Mr. Green, who told me that Noah Lynch is the man.
And trust this broadcast to have all the information, Andrew is.
Yeah, that announcement will come today for sure. So 11:30, make sure that you listen to PM Motley. That's it, straight. That's a wonderful shot. That's gone for 4. Straight as an arrow. Long off, could not get across to the right. Perfect stroke. And what a way to end the over. So, 27 gone. Gladiola doing well. They won 25 for 2.
Oh, lovely shot by Randy Thomas. That one given a bit of air, and he just moved into that one and hit it straight over the bowler's head for just another boundary. He's moved on to 38 from 54. He's put Gladiola in a good position at 125 for 2 after 27 overs. So a little bit of pressure, like I said, on the Wildy team. But with Randy Thomas moving along very good at 38, they'll be trying to get him out as soon as possible. But a very good shot by Randy.
So we start over number 28 now. And it's Matara to continue. He's been pretty good. This is good batting. Very good batting indeed. He's pushing the ball down towards that long on area. And already Clark has set his stalls out to do well. He just got 6 from 13 balls. But he's an important cog in the wheel, in my view. I think perhaps technically he's the best batsman in the side, and he's got the old stage and Randy Thomas with him, and this is an important partnership, an important stage of the match as well.
Yeah, good speaking on young Rivaldo Clark. You've seen the intent that he's brought to his batting since he's come to the crease, Andrew. He's looking to score. He's looking to put the ball in the gaps. He's not looking to go too aggressive so far, but he's looking to get off strike. Good batsmanship shown so far.
Again, good use of the feet, getting onto the front foot and just turning the wrist on impact. Beautifully played. Gets a single. Got to keep the scoreboard ticking. That's important. I like to see him bat. He's one of my favorite cricketers at the local level in Barbados, Rivaldo Clark.
Yeah, you see him. Good use of the feet, good use of the wrist, putting the ball in the gaps, like I said. So, and the intent, like I said, he's looking to get off strike, which is very good. He's not looking to just soak it up, Andrew. Another single by Randy Thomas, looking to get a bit more aggressive against the leg spinner. He hit that one down to the long one area for yet another single. So the score moves that to 129 for 2, Andrew. Randy's going up to 40.
And we'll be looking for a big one, Randy Thomas. Good cricket again. That's a good delivery on that leg stump and just pushed away in the onside. So they're getting the singles and just keeping that scoreboard ticking. So, 28 gone. Gladiola been inserted at 130 for 2.
Yeah.
At the end of 30 overs, 28 overs, the score is 130 for 2.
Yeah. Good battle between these two. You just see O'Neill, he's going to carry on. But I think the Wildy team in these middle overs, I don't know whether they're really looking to get wickets or just to set the scoring back. I think they should be looking for a wicket at this stage, Andrew.
So the crowd is building quite nicely. We encourage you to come to St. Andrew. If you got any trouble, just send me your cell. I'll send you the pin. And you can use Google Maps as well and get it.
Andrew, you wouldn't be sending the same pin you send Woody, would you?
No, not at all. Woody by then would end up somewhere in Christchurch, which by the way is Barbados' biggest parish. I never knew that. I always thought it was St. Philip. But those who know say no, it's actually Christchurch. St. Andrew is one of the smaller parishes. In fact, St. Joseph is the smallest parish in Barbados. The most populated, of course, would be St. Michael. Of course, they've got a lot of movement in St. Philip. To the point now where there are actually 3 constituencies. St. Philip North, St. Philip South, and West as well. Willie Richards is very sneaky. Oh, bad work. They'll get a single.
Yeah, well, that's Matara at square leg. Usually a very good feeler, but taking his eyes off it a little bit. Well, a good sweep shot being coming out there by Randy Thomas to keep the score ticking. So two singles the last 2 deliveries being an offer. But young Rivaldo Clark, Andrew, how he's looking to maneuver this ball in the outfield. Again.
I mean, that's good batting. Just stretching out a bit, getting to the pitch, and just stroking the ball away down to cover for a single. So they recognize here, working the ball around and set it up for someone like an Ashley Nurse for the last 10 overs or so. And they've really built a pretty strong foundation here. This is good, clever batting by Gladiola. That's going to be called a wide.
Where was this time by O'Neill down the leg side. And a good take by Demetrius Richards behind the stump. But yeah, they've put a good foundation so far, just losing the 2 wickets into the 29th over. So I think the Gladiola team, with their backing to come, they'll be very happy with where they're at.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I'm sure they would be very happy. They scored at 4.65, but of course it's a 50 over game, so they can make up. And towards the back end, you've got some very important players, of course, in there. And, you know, you got, of course, Ashley Nurse, who can do it for them. And even Matthew Jones is a very dangerous man. And one would think that he may want to get the opportunity to bat. So 29 gone, 134 for 2.
Yeah, Andrew, but like you said, the crowds continue to grow here at the KVM Oval. There's still a lot of room around for you spectators to come on down. A bit early start this morning, so we expect the afternoon period to have a few more spectators. But such scenic views here at the East Coast. So, yep. So Matara will carry on, Andrew.
Yeah, in terms of his figures, pretty decent. 5 overs, no bonus, 1 for 17. And in fact, when you look at the card, Brathwaite has been a bit expensive. 4 overs, no bonus, done for 30. O'Neill very tight, 8 overs, no bonus, done for 32. Very loose shot coming from the young batsman. That's a get-out shot, really. You wouldn't want to do that. You would want to gift your hand here.
Yeah, I think he's seen the vacant mid-wicket area. He's tried to work that one through the mid-wicket, but he wasn't to the pitch.
Another single. Good authentic batting. Get it into line and playing the ball nicely down to that long on area for 1.
Yeah, he was in a better position to play that shot this time. But yeah, again, he wasn't to the pitch the previous one, but that one you could see him moving his back foot to the right and just saying a shot through the mid-wicket area for an easy single.
Woody Richards is in fact listening to that press conference given by the Prime Minister, so I'm sure he'll tell us exactly what happened. He said never. I think he's part of the PR as well. 135 for 2. Big BLP man. He's, in fact, is more BLP than Grantley Adams. 135 for 2. If you know Woody. Unlike his dad, I'm told, who was more DLP than Errol Barrow. You're not political, are you, Andy?
No affiliation.
Speak up, please. Can't hear you. Very well played, square in the offside. Running not as aggressive as they should really be. They should really have gotten through there.
Should have pushed that second one that time, Andrew. But yeah, Thomas, he's up to 42, so you know he's been spending some 60 deliveries in the middle, so might be a bit of an axe for him to be pushing all these twos. Well, ball by Matara. Just giving that one a bit of air outside the off stump, just tempting Thomas into a shot, but eventually he pulled out of it.
That's gone. That's a poor delivery. And it's been hammered. That's gone for 6 down to backward square. Rank long hot. And dealt with in the appropriate manner by Thomas.
Very good shot by Randy Thomas. You see Matara pulling that one down the leg spinner, and Randy just rocked back and pulled that one over square leg for maximum. Good shot by Randy Thomas. He's moving on to 48. That's the worst ball that Matara's ball all day, and it got the deserved treatment. So 143 for 2 after 30 overs. Rivaldo Clark, he's on 12. Randy Thomas, he's on 48. Remaining 20 overs. There's a scoring rate. The run rate presently is at 4.77. Matara, he's bowled some 6 overs. He's gone 1 for 26.
In terms of St. Andrew, though, being, of course, Shorey Village, the home of the late, great Conrad Hunt. Jonathan Carter is also St. Andrew man. Any other?
Dale Richards.
Dale Richards is a St. Andrew man.
We will have they know the name Adrian Watson.
Adrian Watson, good player. Rudolph Clark, who would have played at the under-19 level for Barbados.
Yeah, Rudolph is more St. Joseph man.
More St. Joseph man.
He's from Blackman and St. Joseph.
So he's not quite a St. Andrew man.
Yeah.
Maybe he has some land here.
Well,
So
the curator here, the Costa Athlete, he's the name of St. Andrew, a household name down here.
Yeah. Show you. Yeah. Here's a chance for a catch. Catch taken. Again, this is very ordinary batting. Outside the line of that leg stump and played straight to Matara. And that is a very soft dismissal and an important wicket to get. The wicket of Clark against the run of play, really, because nothing was bothering him. And as we have a look at that, on the back foot and played the ball straight to square leg, the catch is taken. That's a big wicket to get. It's 143 for 3.
It's interesting, like you said, against the run of play, Andrew. Like you said, nothing was happening. The partnership was progressing. Nothing ball, really. But he just pulled that one, and he couldn't beat the man at square leg. And Matara, who he said all morning is a very good fielder, he wasn't going to let that one out of his grasp. The new batsman likes to be the captain, Andrew. Javonte De Pisa.
Yep, good player as well. Would have played at the under-19 level for Barbados as well.
And the West Indies.
And the West Indies. And in terms of his score so far, 56 against Wanderers at home, that's Rice's, and 86 against Pickwick, that was also at Rice's. Of course, when you talk about names in St. Andrew, Kevin Vaughan, who's a curator here, was just honoured by the government of Barbados, and I had a chat with him. He said that the government is to do lots of work here at this ground. Lovely venue. I think this can develop really quite nicely. I like it. I think this can develop. And I know there's been a call for regional matches to go away from the main venues. And if they do some work on this, I would think that perhaps, of course, they've got to do a lot with the pavilion. There's no doubt about that. They've got to push it down totally and start, of course, and if they do that, this could very well be a nice venue. There's no doubt about that. The size is not a problem. And lovely drive from one end of the country to the other. I just like this ground. It's picturesque, really beautiful. Absolutely.
Nice, very nice ground, Andrew. And they've also had some interest from some outside entities who've seen this area, and they said they would love to utilize this area as a practice base.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
So,
Wonder if England would practice there for the World Cup, or Australia, you reckon?
So yeah, I'm sure that you could have such a thing happening, Andrew.
I think England came here,
yes. They're very impressed with what they saw over here, Andrew.
And it's a good pitch as well. The pitch here is generally good for batting. They get a second run here with Interesting enough, and I'll invite your thoughts on this with the off spinner going round the wicket to the right hand. What do you think is the thinking there?
Yeah, he just seems to know something about the player, because as soon as he came to the crease, he just went right over. But it's interesting to see that he set this field where he doesn't have anyone like on the short third man. So I think he would be looking to take the ball away from the right-hander. So he should be looking to add some more there.
When he's bowling round the wicket, struck on the pad, that might have started, I would imagine, outside the leg stump.
Yep.
He got hit full, but I'm sure that when you do the graph, you'll see that it might have started outside the leg stump. The umpire had a long look at that, and Tremaine Prescott, who was one of the top umpires in Barbados.
Yeah, we've got a few now younger umpires coming along. You've got Prescott, you've got Dave. You know, you've also got young boys. These guys have got somewhere to go, Andrew.
Yeah, Shamar Boyce, just age 21, I'm told. Anna Holder, female.
So it's good.
She's his third umpire.
So
You ever thought of being an umpire, Andy?
No, I don't know anything about that, Andrew.
No. So the answer is no.
No. It's a tough job. I've been a player too long to know how much pressure the umpires get.
Yep.
Good shot. Yeah.
You're talking about certainly cricketers who certainly give umpires a rough time. Pedro Airguard.
I've seen one of my former teammates here who's given umpires, Emerson Jordan.
Emerson Jordan.
He's given umpires grief over the years.
Never forget Emerson Jordan. Felston Payne batting and appealing. But I think perhaps the worst, as Woody Richards comes to call it, would be a guy called Ryle Stewart. I mean, it's amazing. I saw Ryle Stewart at Queen's Park already, and Dave Marshall walked off because he said he didn't want any trouble. I'll never forget that. Big appeal. The umpire, Watson, was saying no, and Dave Marshall said, no, I'm going to walk off. Ryle Stewart, a wonderful person and a wonderful man, as Woody Richards will tell you, having traveled with him throughout the world. You know, outside of that, he's a wonderful person. But the crowd is building quite nicely here. Yep. We're going to start over number 32, 148 for 3. My time is up.
Currency.
And after another word from you, Andy, it's going to be our very good friend, Woody Richard.
Yep, just again, losing that third wicket in that over. I think the Wildy team, they'll think that they've put themselves in a good position to take the wicket. The new batsman, the Pisa, he's come to the crease. He's some 5 off 5, but you just need to get a big partnership here in this middle period. But if the Wildy team can continue just prizing wickets, they'll be the ones to really push their nose ahead at this point.
148 for 3, and Wildy now looking to claw their way back after a period where we saw the Gladiola side really be very competitive and start to accelerate the scoring rate. A couple of wickets have helped to slow things down. As a bit of bad feeling there, but a feel that mid-on. That looks, is that Matara down? Yeah, Matara down there. Bit of bad feeling there by Matara. Brings up the 150 now for the Gladiola. They're 150 coming up in the 32nd over, 199 deliveries. And as we keep saying, it's a good platform for them to really launch. You look at it, maybe I'd say 18 overs and 4 balls remaining. And if they could perhaps score at let's say about 5 runs and over, they could probably get around 240, 250.
Yeah, I was saying before, player really 270 total here at this ground is a good total. So you're saying 240, 250 where they're at. But if the Wildy team can continue to prize some wickets out, they will love that. But I think the game is pretty even, that 150 for 3 after 31.4.
Two balls remain in the over. Ooh, bit of a flawed stroke there from the Pisa. Talk about the 50, about the scoring rate. Our scorer, Harold Eastman, has provided me with a look at how the 50s have come in the innings so far. I'll give you that in a bit. Nice looking shot there from the Pisa. And that will take Gladiola up to 151 for 3 at the end of over number 32. And just to let you know, as Told you earlier, the first 50 in the innings came from 94 balls, the second 50 came from 37 balls, and the third 50 came from 68 balls. So that just shows you again how in that third 50, it really took a bit of effort for them to get up to that 150 run mark.
Well, yeah, the third 50, just remembering Woody, they have also lost the wicket of Shamario de Pisa, who was more of the run getter into that second 50. So when they lost the Pisa, the new batsman Rivaldo Clark came. So you would have expected that the scoring rate would have dropped a little bit, which it did. But still off 68 balls wasn't too far off. But but you could expect that.
Good shot from the Pisa down to long on. Roberts, the fielder. And we'll have a commentary change with Jamal Smith.
You have to give me a moment to catch myself.
That's all, I understand.
I just came straight off the
Yeah,
radio.
I got you covered.
Working
man.
hard
Got
for
you
my
covered.
money today, am I?
Yeah, but that's because you're good. If you work good, you won't be working for anything. So O'Neill, certainly the weather has improved as the day has progressed. As now we've got lovely sunshine as you see Thomas inching closer to that 50 run mark. He's now up to 49, and again he got 55 in the semi-final, and again using the big occasion of the final to try to get to another half century. O'Neill, as I alluded to earlier, was one of the key performers for the Wildy side in the latter stages of the tournament. Have a look at some of his work, his figures. Got 4 for 25 against St. Catherine at Bayfield in the 5th round. Does well to field to his own bowling. Then in the 6th round, Wynn has got papers all over the place. Did he do anything spectacular? No, he didn't do anything spectacular in that game against UEA. Against Maple, let's see, yeah, he got 2 for 33, O'Neill. Also seemed to be pretty efficient with the bat as well. A couple of good scores along the way as well. Then he got 4 for 29 against Carlton at Desmond Haynes Oval in the 8th round. In the 9th round, he would have picked up 3 for 26 against the Signia Globe Financial BCA Youth A at Waterford A. In the quarterfinals, 2 for 32 against UEB on home soil at SJPIT, and in the semi-finals against Carlton again, he would have picked up 3 for 13. So a pretty useful operator for Wildy in the tournament in the latter stages as he's come to the end of his spell. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 40. Good work there from Tariq O'Neill, and at the end of the 33rd over, it's 154 for 3.
Yeah, good work from Tariq O'Neill. He got his reward justly, I would say, albeit it wasn't a innocuous delivery really, right long up to the leg side. But he has been a consistent performer for the Wildy team. And I tell you what, Woody, since I left you, there was cloud cover. Now it's turned into a beautiful day. We can look out really to the northern end and see the beauty of the hills, and obviously the backdrop of that blue sky and the wind blowing from east to west. And if you look around, the crowd is growing appreciably as well. And it's a very good looking final, I have to say. I also see some key men on the both benches as well, so it goes to say that it's a very good production at this point. Certainly this game poised, you'll have to say, for hopefully a good finish this evening. But Gladiola doing their groundwork really and truly. But these two, the Pisa and Randy Thomas, they need to go just a bit more to allow the finishers, as it were, the Ashley Nurses and the Matthew Jones, to come in and do their work.
Currency continues to wheel away, and that one is lofted over the bowler's head, and that will be his 50. So that's 50 for Randy Thomas, second straight 50. He got 55 in the semi-finals, and now 51 not out from 68 balls, 1 4 2 6s, an innings of circumspect innings, striking at just 75. But maybe now the opportunity, if he's now he's got his 50, maybe to accelerate and try even to balloon the total even more.
I just countered that, Woody, by saying that this is his role. Actually, both the Pisa and Thomas have played their roles thus far. And if you see Thomas looking to advance the cause of Guardiola, it would be because he's felt that it is the time to get going on with business, especially to the team plan. As I said, to probably letting Ashley Nurse and Matthew Jones as well. He's just one of those guys. He's evergreen, well into his 40s now, playing Masters cricket, but still doing very well. And accompanying Giovante De Pisa right now as they pick up 2 more. Another lovely stroke there from De Pisa, who is the kind of a guy as well, Woody, that if he gets going, he can put a good score on the board. So at this moment, Guardiola sitting steadily. I don't want to say that they're out in front by any stretch of the imagination. The run rate is just 4.75, and we could see a flurry of wickets. But certainly, the prospect at this stage looks like they can have an enterprising total. I don't want to say a match winning, but an enterprising total. Let's say north of 240.
Good run in between the wickets. Good call in. Just playing it into the offside and quickly taken off for the run. And just to let you know, as I alluded to earlier, that this is the second time that we'll be playing in the tournament at this ground. We played against Isolation Cavaliers, the team whose ground this is. And they got a 268 in that match, and the unfortunate thing was that the rain brought an early end to that game, unfortunately, so they were able to maybe push on and get another victory. But to have gotten 268, they should have an idea of how the conditions are.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that or counter it with is that based on what we've seen, the surface is very good. Yes, it has been very good. You can clearly see there's no preparation moisture.
But just to let you know that it's also going to be a drinks break at the moment with the Gladiola team who were put in by Will D. They're now 163 for 3 off 34 overs. Thomas is there on 54, De Pisa on 14, and quickly to just let you know that they've so far lost Shomario De Pisa for 50, Martin Nurse for 17, and Rivaldo Clark for 12. So far, O'Neill 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 40, Roberts 3 overs, no maidens, none for 21, Currency 6 overs, no maidens, none for 29, Brathwaite 4 overs, no maidens, none for 30, Matara 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. And if I can just get Harold to just scroll up the bowling figures just a bit, I could be able to see what Jerome Jones, the Wildy captain, has bowled so far. I think he would have bowled about 3 overs, is it? 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. So 163 for 3. How do you see it at this moment, Jamal?
Yeah, so I would build on your point. How I see it really is that Guardiola have a steady start, and as I said, I could see from ball number 1 it was a game plan. Even Martin Nurse, who we know is a bit of a wild card at times, he tried to rid himself in for a couple of deliveries. He fell in the 5th over to an injudicious stroke, you have to say. But they've set their stall to bat all 50 overs first of all, but more importantly, their key players that they think can strike the ball around in the bottom areas, the Ashley Nurses and the Matthew Joneses, they decided to come in and do their work probably in the final 4, the last 15 overs or so. How I see it though is that this pitch was void of preparation moisture. It says to me, and these guys take a lot of pride in their work down in this side of the world, that the surface is a good one. However, being a north boy myself, but this is the east, but I've come from the north, and I know as you get further towards the east and northeast, these surfaces tend to have a very clayish undertone to it, and that can cause just a bit of grip on evenings and the variable bumps in between. That's not to say that it will play poorly at all, but that's just to say that there may be opportunities for Guardiola if they bowl the right areas on the surface for 1 or 2 deliveries to keep low and probably cause some elements of concern or even get a wicket. So if I was Guardiola, certainly at this stage, as I see Coach Ryan Chicken Breast Nurse out there speaking to his troops, I would be thinking in the vicinity of 250 plus. That's for certain. That would be, I would say, a challenging total, not match winning by any means, simply because of the quality that Willie possesses. You have the likes of Carlos Brathwaite, you have the likes of Aaron Jones, you have the youngster Jaden Roberts, who've been doing very well finishing. You still have Demetrius Richards out there. You have Carlos Maynard as well. These guys, Joshua Dorn, these guys can play at this level, certainly, and that's why I say it's a good looking final. I'll be honest with you, buddy, I'm impressed with the product so far. As I said, looking on this picturesque ground and then seeing the quality that's out there, certainly in terms of local cricket at our elite level, it is a good looking final. What will do at this point, we don't know. It's pure conjecture, we can only speculate, but what I can tell you is that Guardiola have set up themselves to put a target on the board that they can possibly defend. How will he respond? Left to be seen.
So at the drinks break, it's 163 for 3.
Play is about to resume.
So we're about to have a resumption of play with Jerome Jones, the Wildy captain, about to pick it back up after keeping himself out of the attack for a bit. He bowled in the first power play, 5 overs. And here he is trying to see maybe if he can swing the tide in this game a little bit more towards his side. 5 overs, 1 made and 1 for 13 in his first spell. Coming back, trying to see if he can, as I said, to maybe turn the tide a bit for Wildy.
Yeah, his first spell, he hit the pitch pretty hard. He was just about 7 meters, 8 meters, though he was a bit too short. Albeit he did get the wicket of Martin Nurse. That was a kitama, as we were saying, Barbadian parlance. But he's come back here, his first delivery, he's just about that 5 meter mark, which is probably the agreed length in terms of restricting run scoring on the surface.
He's talked about the Wildy batting, just to let you know that they've got 2 players who this season got hundreds. In Neymar bowled at 133 not out against Maple at SJPIT in the 7th round, and they've also got in their batting lineup Demetrius Richards, very highly regarded. He also got 100, but that was in the first round against Foundation at Churchill. One may want to question the quality of the opposition.
Yeah,
but if you get 100, it's 100.
Yes, 100 is 100. I can tell you what, though, if you look at the Gladiola team, well, they have a pretty good pace attack. And they plan well as well. I don't know if you know, but Demetrius Richards, he's a good player in his own right, but he doesn't really like those foolish deliveries. He doesn't strike the ball down the ground well. And Gladiola, I'm telling you, we'll be planning for that. Let's not forget they have the likes of Miguel Cummins, who on a surface like this still can be a handful. Any surface really at this level. Kemar the Sheriff Hart as well has been an attacking option for the Gladiola team, certainly in terms of picking up wickets early in the fold. So they have a pretty good seam attack.
But Richards has been perhaps their most consistent batsman for Wildy. 100 against Foundation, 81 against Spartan. Sure, Harlow Eastman wouldn't be happy to hear that. Bit of a enterprising stroke there from Randy Thomas to keep the scoreboard ticking over. 64 against St. Catherine, 51 against UEA, then 40 against Carlton, 30 against UEB. So there you have it. He's been pretty consistent.
Done well. His brother as well, Demario Richards, pretty good player. So the Richards boys doing their business, but certainly those scores reflect a consistent man. But we're at the finals here today, Woody. Oh, that doesn't matter. Today is the day.
Yeah, this is the day that the Lord has made. We should rejoice and be glad in it.
Would you believe I just thought about that?
Great minds think alike.
I guess we do. But
so
yeah.
I know a gentleman, the daily party gentleman, who also used to score, like our friend Harold Eastman, who used to say, "But fools seldom differ."
Fools seldom differ.
And he was an empire man like you.
I think I know exactly.
You know who we're talking about?
Sounds like Colin.
Dixie D,
yes.
the late great. As good as, but not better than. Right, John Hippie? Short ball, but a top edge and away to deep fine leg for a boundary. As you said, Jones coming back. Maybe look at maybe pick up a wicket or 2 here and maybe swing the tide for his team. But Thomas not want to shy away. He's been around for a long time. He wouldn't be too perturbed by that. He gets another boundary. He's up to 59 now, and at the end of over number 35, it's 170 for 3.
Yeah, an old-fashioned duck hook for that term from Harold. But yes, he wouldn't be too much disturbed. Randy Thomas is that type of a player, isn't he, Woody? And I spoke to it earlier on set. He's that kind of a guy. He's in the boxing ring with you. He doesn't look that threatening, especially initially when he starts. He's jabbing, but there's no real power there. But when you look around, you have a big black eye. And he's well on his way to producing a black eye for the Wildy team. And now standing at 59 runs from 72 deliveries. So he really has been the mainstay of this Guardiola innings. He's the glue that continues to keep them together. As I said, he's evergreen. Well into his 40s now, but still playing very well. Desmond Currency, though, for the Wildy team, he really needs to pick up a wicket. Zashan Matara and Tariq O'Neill have a wicket apiece. They're both relatively well, but he's the guy that needs to come to the party from the spinning department to break this partnership and force Guardiola, force Ashley Nurse out of his hole. He wants to come in at over number 35, 40 if he can.
Another good-looking shot there from the Pisa. Of course, a former West Indies under-19 player. Last time the under-19 World Cup was staged in 2022 in the Caribbean, of course. Of course, the Caribbean has had quite a few World Cups since 2007, when proved to the world that Caribbean can host World Cups, and we're getting ready for another one later this year. Of course, the ICC World Men's World T20 will be held across the Caribbean and United States. Barbados, of course, being given the opportunity to host another World Cup final, and looking forward to that. I want to say a special good morning to your former Empire teammate Kevin Stout.
Yeah, we're all looking forward. We're all looking forward to that, aren't we, Woody? I don't know what the respective roles we'll be playing, but I see you running around now with the TV crew, though. So I'm assuming you'll be somewhere there.
Don't assume. You know what they say about
assumption is the mother of all.
You know what? That's unbelievable. As this one is played down towards the wideish longer. You know, that's my line too. You know, I got that from a movie. You know the movie Rich that came.
I got that from a movie as well.
I see a movie.
We're thinking alike. We're thinking alike. I got that from a movie as well.
We always seem to have the same.
Yeah, similar sentiments.
That's correct. Currency has been pretty steady today. 6 overs and 5 balls, no maintenance, done for 33. But as you said, that last column, they wanted to get a wicket.
Yeah, Currency's major issue. He's left arm orthodox. You know there are a dime a dozen in Barbados right now, probably all over the Caribbean. But his main issue is he bowls reasonable lengths, but he seems unable really to change his pace, so he lacks just a bit of guile, and that's not to take anything away from him. That's just to say that that's something he can improve upon, and maybe, perhaps, his role clearly in this team is a holding role, but perhaps if he can just learn a little more about his craft, get a little more flight going on. Andrea Marshall comes to mind from Spartan, who's even in the BIM 10 right now. Guys are slugging at him and he's still foxing them out. If Currency can just get a bit more guile to add to his skill set, it could be more useful for himself, obviously, going forward, and the Wildy team.
175 for 3 at the end of over number 36. And crowd building on the western side where the trees are and taking some refuge under the trees. And you can see some amber liquids also down in that area. So they're perhaps having a good time. As we said, a lovely view. I wish our executive director perhaps maybe had a beauty camera or even a drone to fly over the ground so that we can really appreciate how beautiful it is. But this is not an international broadcast like what we were working on the last few months. And here's a third run as a bit of misfeeling and a run out, going for a third run, and Randy Thomas has been run out. A bit of poor cricket really all around, because it really was bad feeling in the first instance. A wayward throw coming in from the offside, and then the opportunity to go for the third run, but Randy Thomas struggling in at the striker's end, being run out for for 62, and Gladiola losing an important wicket in the 37th over, and they're now 177 for 4.
Yeah, gift really, you have to say. Against the runner player, Randy Thomas was going so well. I blame Giovanni the Pizza slightly for that, simply because he has to know who he's batting with and who he's running with. Randy will not turn him down. But you know, Giovanni the Pizza, young legs, he runs well. And to his credit, that's what you're supposed to do. But you know, the old guy is just about 60 yard, probably could have given him an ease, especially getting the free run. Remember what I told you, Woody? I told you Ashley Nurse wants to come in at the 40th over and finish this cricket game. Wicket has fallen in 37. In comes Matthew Jones. This is how he operates at this level. The talisman for Gladiola, you have to say, but wonderful knock from Randy Thomas. Take nothing away from that effort.
Yep. And it's a bit unfortunate the way that it would have ended for him, because as I said, it was a bit of poor cricket on all around, both the bad throw coming in and then the opportunity maybe to perhaps go for the third one. But as you said, not aware that the Pisa that Thomas is a little bit more a little bit young, and then he would have run a little bit way past the stumps as well, then having to turn and like the Titanic.
You said the Titanic. Brent close to the Barbados, turn like one of those Bedford trucks. Old Bedford. But yeah, I'm actually getting some messages now, Woody, about the movie that we're referring to. So the people are out there, they're listening. Like, we're gonna give them the movie.
You tell them.
I'll look at some more of the questions coming in before I answer.
And we are being and the actual words that will be used in that line, we can't necessarily. This is family viewing.
Certainly not here. Certainly not here. We will be looking for a job, and our producer is right on our shoulder, so we must be careful what we say here. Yeah.
Jones in the 7th over, looking to peg away here. Matthew Jones, as you said, he's also had a pretty useful since his return. I think he was overseas, maybe playing in North America.
Let's not forget he was poached by Ashley Nurse from the Carlton club.
Yes.
And then Ashley took him all over the world. I guess that was the sweet in the deal as well. And he's here. He does very well for Gladiola and really augments the team with his left arm spin and obviously his power hitting. He can bat as well.
Yes.
If he chooses to.
Yes. On his day.
But just fair warning for the viewers, the way how Gladiola plays cricket, this is an interesting position, very interesting position for them. Gladiola is the type of team that will be 190 for 4 or 5, and they can accelerate to 260, or they can be all up for 230.
That's correct.
And I think that's what Ashley Nurse is trying to guard against, and that's why he wants to come in at the 40th to ensure not only the platform is there, but that he does the bulk of the effort trying to finish. So it'll be very interesting things, and Willie would be aware of that as well. I'm sure that Karis Bradford will bowl in the death.
Jones, wayward delivery. But yes, good work by the keeper.
Excellent work from Maynard. I had a conversation with him yesterday. He was telling me that he felt like he was losing.
Richard's the keeper.
That's Richards, no.
Yeah.
And I was having a conversation with Maynard actually, and Maynard was saying he felt that his glovemanship wasn't all there, or probably the reason why we see Richards behind the stump. But that was a wonderful take, wonderful technique across the grass. The long arm principle, as we say. Beautiful keeping.
Another wide. So Jones not able to get it right. But you talk about the Gladiola team. They can accelerate and get to 260, or they could be all out for maybe just over 200. And again, I think you're looking at my notes, because I've got Gladiola Mercurial Club. That's the word I use.
I know them so well. I know them so well. They're that type of a club. But one thing about them, when white ball cricket is playing in Barbados, they'll be somewhere around the final.
That is correct. That is correct. Very good point. Point I was making to Donovan earlier. They would have won the T20 title this year, so they're looking to do the white ball double.
2023.
But sorry,
it always happens in
season,
January.
yeah,
Always happens in January.
This season, that's what we should really say. Because we're still in the season, if you want to call it that.
Yes, the 2023-2024 season. I think the BCA may have to redo their marketing, and they will just put that bracket there, go 2023-2024, based on all the things, the hectic schedule, the breaks that they have to take. And these things do happen as we see some more spectators coming in, just passing us here on the below side. I reckon, Woody, that this afternoon there will be a bumper crowd here. It looks really good. It really does, and there's adequate shade, so you can come on down, if you will, and probably have a little family picnic. Bring the coolers.
You can bring a tent, because there's a tent somewhere down in the northwestern corner. Someone underneath the tent. Good shot by the Pisa, getting on top of the bounce. That's slapping it through square cover. The fielder coming around. I think that was O'Neill down there, not able to get it around. Maybe it's always players in the modern era always so maybe aware or aware of the boundary rope behind them. So very often the times they become very nervous about getting too close. But we don't have, even though we're doing streaming here, it's not international cricket, so you don't have to worry about whether the umpire will send upstairs to see if it was a 4.
Yeah, what I can tell you, that was a wonderful stroke from Giovanni De Pisa, and that's what he's known for. We can't see it from this angle, but if you're a screw you're watching Giovanni De Pisa operate, usually he's very deep in the crease. He loves length. He loves to capitalize on length. He loves to give himself that extra moment to get on top of the bounce, as we see with that lovely stroke up on his toes and beating that sweeper to the left side. He permeates the square boundary well. He isn't all that strong down the ground, but that's okay. But he's the kind of a player that Guardiola needs to take for, say, the next 10 overs or so, because he has the intelligence, he certainly has the strokes to keep advancing the cause of Guardiola. But again, wonderful stroke from the young man.
184 for 4 from 37 overs. So 13 overs remain. If you probably add 6 runs an over, that will take you up to about 262. At 8 runs an over, that will 288. I think they will rejoice it to be able to get to that total. But at the moment, that's all conjecture. But at the moment, what's reality is that Carlos Bradford has come back into the attack after an opening spell. Pretty expensive. 4 overs, no made, there's none for 30. I think his lengths were all over the place in that first spell. Carlos, he'll be looking to be a lot more disciplined. As the first ball is pushed into the offside by Jones.
I'll say this, Woody. He probably is more accustomed to bowling 4 overs or 2 overs now in the BIM 10. I saw him bowl a wonderful spell 2 days ago in the death. So possibly that. But what I can say is, and that is cricket, yeah, fair exchange. Remember, Shamari De Pisa, he was struggling. And no matter the name, when you're in and you give yourself some time, even if you're struggling a bit, there's always someone that you may be able to score from. And Shamario took his opportunities, and you'll have to say it was bad tactics from Carlos Bradford bowling short delivery away to the westerly side, because the wind is blowing and it is the short side. De Pisa took his opportunities. How Carlos finishes here will be very interesting.
Looking for a quick run and appeal for a run out, but I think they'll be safe. But De Pisa maybe not hasn't learned the lesson, but nonetheless, I guess you still have to go. You have to play with a positive mindset.
Is that Bolden again? He's been a live wire today. Bolden, he's really set the tone. That is him. Another good director. Well, the feeling has been very good as well, Woody. This build unit, certainly for local purposes, is a well-oiled machine. They have some very good players. They're together well. The practice sessions are well organized, obviously under coach Clint Hill, and I would argue that the building model is a model that other clubs should try to follow as well, and they certainly are attracting those big name players, and they have a wonderful core at the moment.
I'll follow up on that comment in a minute. A wide there from Carlos, but I would just wanted to make the point that you talked about Carlos, and he's more accustomed to maybe bowling just 4 overs and maybe 2 overs in the T10. His figures is in his first spell, 4 overs, no, but there's none for 30. In a T20 wouldn't be too bad. But he is a player who in the T20 would in that last column we probably would have gotten maybe 2 wickets. But in this cricket, maybe the players recognizing that we could sit on him a little bit longer and not take the chances. A very cheeky stroke here from Matthew Jones will fetch him a boundary, his first boundary, to take him now up to 6 and a total up to 191 for 4.
Yeah, dexterity being showed there from Matthew Jones, as we said earlier. He can bat if he wants to, and he looks up to the task. He's not looking like he's looking to have a slug. He looks like he's trying to occupy the crease. As I said, is a clear game plan. But a guy like Carlos Bradford, I guess you can apply the old profit and loss principle. Even if Carlos Bradford goes for 50, 60 today, we know what he can do, certainly at this level. We've seen how he's been batting in the BIM 10, so he's in good form. Obviously, his 50 over career is a longer version, but he's the kind of guy that he can certainly make back
No,
what's lost.
We see the two batsmen suggesting to the umpires that perhaps the Wildy team had more players than they are allowed inside the circle, and so they were hoping that maybe they could have gotten a no ball from that. And
It would have to be an inadvertent no ball, wouldn't it? Would it? Because the delivery did go. They can call it after. I'm not too sure.
again on the line of leg step, and Jones was maybe moved just a bit too early. Maybe looking at the mate room to hit it through the offside, and Braffett followed him with the ball. The point I wanted to follow up that you made earlier, you talked about Gladiola, and again, I think you're looking at. Did you look at my notes earlier? Because I said Gladiola, well-organized club, sound strategic vision from coach Clint St. Hill, no real stars, depends on total team effort. And that's basically what you'll get from them today.
Well, Wildy, correction.
Sorry, Wildy said Gladiola. Sorry,
yeah.
Wildy. Sorry, apologies.
Well, there's a star in operation now. Carlos Braffett, obviously, that famous slogan, remember the name. But not only that, as you said, no real stars, good cohesion, etc., etc., good club life as well. You will find these guys together. Gladiola is very similar, more family oriented.
Yes.
You have to say,
yes.
It's always friends of friends or cousins, and obviously,
yes.
obviously the nurses in particular, they keep they keep the club together as well. So a very good template.
And a very risky shot, but he will get reward. He said no reward for the risk, and he certainly got healthy rewards. A boundary for the Pisa, down to third man. He's up to 29. The end of over number 38. It's 196 for 4. 12 coming from that over from Carlos Braffett, so he continues to be expensive.
Yeah, I beg to differ slightly on the rationale that it was a risky stroke. I think that is Giovanni, the Pisa all day, every day. He will score square of the wicket. And as I said before, he's always very deep in the crease, so he's looking for that opportunity. I think he intentionally went backward his career to find the boundary, simply because, remember, we're playing with the wind blowing east to west, and this side, the eastern side, is the bigger side. I make it, let me see, I put up my measure, let me say 65 meters, I give it 65 or so, and it is lush. So I think he played it intentionally, played it late to get it over that short third man position. That is his area, which is a disappointment from a Carlos Braffett and a Willie perspective, because I don't have the benefit of the wagon wheel right now. We're not at international level, unfortunately, graphics and all of that, but we can recount from memory where he scored his boundaries. He scored his boundaries on the square super boundary. He's now scored his boundary here just behind third man. That's his area. Will he really need to be asking Giovanni De Pisa to hit the ball down the ground, force him out of his comfort zone? And that sometimes happens when you're thinking about being defensive. The defensive length is usually 5 meters, 6 meters, which is short of a good length, back in the pitch. That's what we've seen from Carlos Braffett. That's what we've just seen from Jerome Jones, and Giovanni De Pisa was able to capitalize.
Only, not to count you too much, I was only suggesting that maybe I've been risky in the sense that there was the backward point and there was the short turn man, but what he was able to do is to find perfectly bisect the two of them. So, and it was in the air for a little while, and only from that perspective. Not that probably perhaps wasn't something that he would have well planned out. As we see another bowling change of Jalen Roberts coming back. He too was expensive in his first spell, 3 overs and 21 runs. So he'll be looking to tighten up in this spell.
It'd be very interesting. If I was a betting man, Woody, I believe that Matthew Jones will look to take his chances against Roberts, especially if he's on length, simply because, as I said, is that east to west, and Jones may be targeting him, so to speak, because Roberts is an improving medium pacer, but it's almost like it's a new skill set for him still. We still see a lot of inconsistency from him. Evidence there.
Very much so. Strain wide of the off stump. Can't help but marvel at the lovely sight that we are in, this lovely bowl, if you want to call it that. If the can't say the mountains, got to say the hills around us, forming a natural bowl here at this ground.
I don't know about you, Woody. I felt so peaceful coming in this morning. It was a lovely drive. It was a bit misty.
It wasn't peaceful for me because
where
I
did
got
you
lost.
come from? Where do
I got lost.
Woody, how can you get lost?
I made a road turn in St. Joseph. What happened? I'm gonna tell you about that story. Because I haven't come down here for a few months,
a few months.
I wasn't sure about the St. Joseph part, so I was using
You came to
the
Horse
Google
Hill?
Maps.
You came to Horse Hill?
Yes,
It's a shame to use Google Maps in Barbados, by the way. That technology is for London and those
yeah,
places.
but
It's a shame, really.
yeah, but I don't travel these parts very often. I don't travel these parts very often. So
There-
what happened? So where I should have turned left, I made a right turn. Ended up down by the Bathsheba Soup Bowl. Had to circle back up through St. Elizabeth and come back and come back around.
Preposterous, really, Woody. You cannot be lost in Barbados. It is impossible.
A lovely shot here from Matthew Jones, as you said. He's going to try to maybe take his chances here against Roberts.
Yeah, good
and
matchup.
You've called it well, as the 200 has come up for Gladiola. 201 for 4. The P's on 29, Jones on 11. And again, they're well set to accelerate here in the closing stages.
Yeah, good matchup, really. Jones facing up to Roberts. He will feel that he can get the advantage. Matchup, though, that's a word that my fellow commentators on the other side, the radio commentators, they don't want to hear it at all.
As you said, here he
Matchup.
goes again.
Yeah, you can
Back
see it.
past the bowler for 4. And I too don't like to hear too much about the matches. So I just think not that you should necessarily rule it out. My challenge is that there's too much
Overemphasis?
emphasis. Yeah, emphasis too much on these matches rather than just playing. If you have a bowler who's in the midst of bowling well, as much as yes, a fella might be weak against, let's say, a left arm spinner, I just still think you still got to give the bowler who's in a good spell the opportunity to do what he's got to do, rather than suggest that you must always just come and maybe just work the match up.
I'll take that with you. The third man has now come up, and there is the long on in position, which is bizarre in itself. Woody, elaborate on that? Simply because Roberts is no express pace by any means. If the third man to the left hand is ready to the longer side, it's a lush out field. That's only one. You had the mid on up for 4 balls in this over, and Jones duly obliged. What I can tell you though, I know people don't like to speak about matchups, etc. It is the new age. It is how cricket is playing now. There's so many analytics. Sometimes when I'm coaching now, especially at the West Indies level, there's so much to go through. There's graphics, and I think it helps you to have a method. Yes, you are correct. There are elements of the game that you cannot control on a computer screen or just by speaking to them or whatever. But I believe it's a method probably that is used that the percentages are higher, more in your favor if you do this more often.
You going the route of the short ball there to end the over is Jaden Roberts. End of over number 39, 206 for 4. And just to do some comparisons on the 50s for Gladiola. The first 50 from 94 balls, the second from 37. That was their best period, or in terms of scoring rate. 68 balls for the third 50, and then another 47 balls to pick up the 450 to take them up to the 200. But yeah, you're right about the analytics, and I'm all for analytics. I mean, truth be told, in the old days, you had to play it by players with by memory. You know, you remember, okay, I played against Shane Jones and he doesn't have a arm ball, so I know I can play certain shots against him.
That's not a good comparison, because he does have an arm ball.
I just tease it, Shane, because he walked in front of us.
Spin it. Yeah. But seriously though, Willie, I mean, sometimes we probably overcomplicate it and using a fancy term for what some old guys would call basic common sense. Basic cricket sense.
Right.
You cannot run out a bowler half volley with a man at mid on to Matthew Jones, who's a striker of the ball.
Correct.
So maybe the fancy term that I use made it sound eloquent, but it's basic cricket common sense.
Yeah, but
at the end of the
that's
day.
my point.
Twofold.
Yeah. As I said, I don't mind the analytics. I don't mind the matchups. As I said, I just think that sometimes if you can sometimes a guy comes in and as you know, especially in white ball cricket, where there's some certain bowlers who can come in and bowl an opening spell. Let them go, and if they're in a rhythm, because they're not good at coming back for a second or third spell, as we see another bowling change with Matara replacing Currency. Currency finished. He's got 7 overs. Normie is done for 34. Matara has come back, and just to see what he's done so far, 6 overs on 1 ball. Normie is 1 for 26.
So I'll tell you what, Woody, as this was speed away into the boundary for 4 runs.
Another
from Matthew
boundary
Jones.
there for, yes, Matthew Jones.
If it's one thing I'm disappointed in from the Willie perspective in this game, is that Zishan Matara was not allowed to go all the way through. Simply because he is the leg spinner, he is a wicket taking option. You're bringing him in now at the 39th over, basically asking him to be defensive because the platform is set. Because the platform is set. The young man had already gotten the wicket and he was well into the spell and he was pulled. And I don't see why, because really truly you're a leg spinner in this cricket should probably be finished by this stage. And as we would say, getting whatever was for him. That's pure Bajan parlance. And I think that's where they missed the trick. So they lost the opportunity really for him to come into the game and feature how he really should and get wickets at a stage where Guardiola were not looking to advance. Now they're looking to advance. There's already 210 on the board. He's less effective. Even if he picks up a wicket or two, no, there is a score on the board.
And that's what you just said, just kind of just strengthens my point. I'm not suggesting that the reason why he's bowling now is because they would have probably looked at the analytics, but I'm just, and that's a big one. That's a biggie. That's a monster. That's gone. Somebody's car is in trouble, as that is a 6 for Matthew Jones, moving him up to 26, and we know that he can do this towards the end of an innings as he takes Gladiola up now to 216 for 4 in the 40th over. But let's have a look at it again on the replay from Matara, and the wrong length, and Jones just clearing the front leg and swinging it over the wideish long on area for a 6. A lovely shot.
Yeah, lovely stroke, Woody.
And again, not talking about the analytics, as I said, just because this is what's happening now, and to use as an example, in the analytics would have probably said, oh, let's bring back the leg spinner towards the end because we could probably get Matthew Jones out. But what I'm saying, if Matara's in a spell and he's bowling well, let him continue. Maybe he'll get 2 wickets up top. Two more important wickets for you, or 2 wickets up there, which then puts the pressure on the Matthew Joneses and the Ashley Nurses coming at the bottom. The end of the 40th over, 216 for 4. We'll have one more over together, and then it will be Andrew
and someone else. I would strengthen your point by saying not only that, they said there's justification for why he was supposed to keep operating. He's a leg spinner. He needs to be able to bowl through the middle of the innings and get wickets. He had already gotten a wicket. He was economical. What I would say about it, Woody, the one thing I'm disappointed in from Wildy is that they've sat and they've waited for Guardiola to make errors. I think that was where they've lost the plot. Even when Randy Thomas had come into bat, there was no slip. Jaden Roberts was operating and 1 or 2 deliveries were going too well. Captain Jones didn't seem to have the intention to look to force that wicket. It's almost like, okay, we sit on them and we would allow the pressure of them not scoring to get a wicket for us. And I think in those moments and those periods, he allowed, say, Randy Thomas, Mario De Pisa to get going, etc. And now we see the likes of Matthew Jones taking advantage of a leg spinner that possibly should have been finished with a way better spell.
Roberts to continue from the pavilion end. Got a question to ask you because our scorer is it's a beef that our scorer Harold Eastman has about bowling, about leg spinners, especially in the modern era. A lot of them, you probably know about this. Harold always rants that the leg spinner should bowl from the southern end, which is the end which at this ground, where Roberts is now bowling from the pavilion end, rather than bowling from the far end of the ground. And what I've tried to tell, well, not that I have necessarily disagree with Harold, but I've always said what the modern thinking is that if you bowl as the leg spinner from the northern end, you will probably get some drift through the air, and then once the ball hits the surface, it will then turn, so you may, in a sense, wrong foot the batsman. But Harold believes that he's going back to his days of watching David Holford and George Linton in the park. As you know, he's a parker, and Dave Marshall, and he says leg spinners must bowl from the southern end. Your take.
I'll add a layer of complexity to that to suggest, first of all, there's a left-right combination. So regardless of which end you're bowling from, there will be an advantage to the batter, especially based on a ground like this where there is wind to one side. I understand what Harold is saying. I share my experience. I've been bowling at Empire to be the bird for years. Will be quarreling with me saying I should be bowling from the other end. I used to prefer to bowl from the southern end, and it may seem weird because obviously I used to bowl off spin, so which is in line with what Harold is saying. But the drift sometimes used to help me, and I would say, well, Tweety, I got 4 or 5 wicket hauls from the southern end. I got 4 from the northern end. It really doesn't matter where I bore from. My impact is a 9-pin anyway. So it's one of those things again. The matchup
But
could be
Harold
on
is
the
saying the
game.
reason why you had to bore from that is because you did turn the ball a lot.
Well,
so you had to depend a little bit on the drift
Well,
through the air.
the first time I went to the park, I got 10. So
I mean, that silences Harold.
to be fair, the Spartan wicket does assist spinners, but he can research that as well. And that was the first time I ever turned over my army park. So I'm not too sure if he's willing to say that, make that statement.
So we dismiss.
Yeah,
we'll
we dismiss that.
Harold at his assertion. The Pisa getting another run. So not the explosive, the Pisa, but maybe his role in this at this stage maybe just to hold it to the end and allow the others like Jones and Ashley Nurse, who's in the hutch, to come.
I'll leave this one with you. Remember, I said Ashley Nurse is setting it up. I'm going to add a bit of comedy to it. There's a coalition in the Gladiola team called the Swipers Inc. Matthew Jones, Ashley Nurse, and Kimari Sheriff Hart spearhead that. We're now well into swiping time, so to speak. So they've played the game how they wanted to. If they will succeed, we will see today. But certainly, again, remember, platform is set. Matthew Jones and the P's are going very well.
And the BIM 10 tournament is on a lot, and I think all of them are involved, and so it'll be an opportunity for them to maybe come in and show their ability to swing and connect and send the ball miles. Jamal has gone off to maybe do some more work on radio, and Donovan Lovell has come in, and I'll just have one ball with you, Donovan, and then I'll hand over to Andrew. But Andrew's also disappeared as well. But don't worry, I'll get him back. Oh, streak of luck there. Short ball, just got a bit of a bat onto it, and we'll get a single. That will bring us to the end of the over. 221 for 4, with the Pisa there on 32, Jones on 27, and the run rate 5.39. Earlier in the day it was at a crawl, but they've done well to get it up to there and building towards a very competitive total.
Yeah, certainly, and they've certainly stuck to their guns in terms of earlier getting the momentum going. A bit watchful at first, not wanting to give anything away. Both Shamario De Pisa and Randy Thomas at the time are really batting well. They got the ones, they got the twos. When the boundaries presented themselves, then they cashed in, more to speak, and they're certainly in a good position with Shamario De Pisa getting a good looking half century, and they're all set for the final burst, so to speak, of the likes of Ashley Nurse to come, Akimar Hart to come still, and Stefan Griffith, who gives it a good clout. So the Gladiola side certainly in a strong position. Batting first in a final with the runs on the board, you certainly put the opposing team under pressure.
And let's be very clear, this Gladiola team doesn't have a bad ball in attack at all.
Certainly.
But I'll make way for Andrew to join you and take you through to the end.
Yeah, certainly with the likes of Stefan Griffith. Miguel Cummins is in the attack today as well, a former Barbados and West Indies player. So by no means a bad attack with Matthew Jones as well.
So we're into over number 42 now, so you can say it's a happy hour. And Gladiola in a position to launch an assault here, I would imagine. Javonte De Pisa is 32, and Matthew Jones, a dangerous man in the middle, he's on 27, and with Ashley Nurse to come. That should excite the taste buds. It's a single. So in terms of the overall score, look into your crystal ball now, Donovan Lovell, the love man we call him on local radio. I wonder why. First of all, Happy New Year to you, sir. It's not too late to say that.
Certainly, same to you, Andrew.
In terms of an overall score for Gladiola, what kind of score you think they'll be looking at here? Tell me.
I think
Talk to me.
From this position, you certainly looking to get anywhere in the region of 270, very close to 300, Andrew.
Okay.
With the likes of Ashley Nurse to come, Kima Hart as well, who can give it a good clout still to come, and Stefan Griffith, even though he's at the back end, he can certainly give it a good clout. So certainly in a good position, superb blend, Gladiola.
So Carlos Brathwaite. I think Jones would think he's missed out on that. It was a short ball outside the off stump, looking to flirt square in the offside. Doesn't get any better than that. In fact, when you look at the bowling, I would suggest that Carlos Brathwaite has been a bit of a weak link. 5 overs and 3 balls, no business done for 4. He's just tended to bowl short.
Well, I wouldn't be that harsh on him. I just said he's having an off day.
Okay, so he's not the weak link then.
I certainly would not say that. Just one of those days where it just doesn't seem to come out right.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we know you're a very gentle man. You should be as a love man. Chance for a catch. Oh, my golly. Fielder inside the circle. Joshua Dorn put that down. That should have been gobbled. What went wrong with the young man there? And that could be a costly error there.
Yes, indeed. Really should have done a lot better there. He made the movement quickly to his right, got both hands to it, and somehow it just did not stick in. Indeed, a vital catch at this stage.
So how was Christmas, Donovan? Was it good for
It was
you?
lovely. I had a ball.
Lots of
really.
ham and turkey?
Loads of. I really enjoyed it. I'm really a Christmas guy.
And we know that. We can, and it's also reflected in what we're seeing nowadays. 224, you carried ample girth.
No,
Come and jog with me in the morning, sir.
That's the wind that's blowing through the shirt, Andrew.
That's a very strong wind then, isn't it? That's a lovely shot. We'll get a second here, but that was beautifully played. Square on the offside. Javonte De Pizzo, who would have represented the West Indies on the 19 team. And looking pretty good here. So another over completed. Now 42 gone. Gladiola been inserted at 225 for 4. So we start over at number 43 now, and partnership of 48 already. The rate is 5.36. I'm sure they want to get it up to well over 7. 48 and 39 balls as well in terms of the partnership. So the stage really is set for an assault towards the end. If Ashley Nurse gets a chance to bat, these two are firmly entrenched. The Pisa 35 from 39 and Jones 29 from 23. So 7 overs and 5 balls remaining. And Gladiola 226 for 4 with Visions, as Donovan Lovell said earlier. You'll be looking to certainly get pretty close to 300 here. The crowd is building quite nicely. We encourage you to come on the East Coast and bring your cooler and some public juice. Now where is that gone? Chance for a catch. Oh! I think in the end the batsman could be gone. He's gone. So popped it up, went out, and this came back in, and I'm sure he's watching a lot of cricket on television. That's an important wicket to get. Here we go, banged in short. Let's look at Matara. Where is he? He's coming to our view now. He's going back, releases the ball now, comes back in, takes the catch. Beautiful cricket, wonderfully done. And that's an important wicket. De Pisa was looking to launch an assault. It's now 226 for loss of 5.
Yeah, certainly a very good catch by young Matara. Excuse me, who was indeed dynamite in the outfield, and simply a magnificent catch by him. As you said, to dismiss the dangerous Giavonte De Pisa, who looked set and looked ready to push on. Matthew Jones still there. Ashley Nurse is joining him now. He likes Akima Hart to come. So we can still see some fireworks here, Andrew, that could propel this score, as I said earlier, close to the 300 mark, which would no doubt scoreboard pressure going into the second half, and it could put the Wildy side under some pressure, even though they also back pretty deep when it's their turn. So we should really see a very exciting finish to this one.
Yeah. Well, it's the stage set for Ashley Nurse, who's a dangerous customer. Of course, there was a press conference earlier and a cabinet reshuffle. Marsha Carroll, she's your representative, isn't she?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, she is, and seems to be pretty strong. And the kind of support that you give her, she's even stronger. She's now will assume the responsibility for the Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology. That's interesting. Chad Blackman, who's currently serving as a special advisor. No ball is being called, so free hit. He comes back home to be the Minister of Economic Affairs and Investment. And Ryan Strawn remains the Minister of Finance. Now Davidson Ishmael, current Minister of Industry, Innovation and Science Technology, will now serve as a Minister of State in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, replacing Dr. Brown. So one would think that's a bit of a demotion for the young man. He's almost my representative, really. Woody Richards says no. Minister of State and Foreign Trade and Sandra Husbands will now go to the Ministry of Education. So some big changes. Mayor Motley had a press conference. So the Minister of Education remains. So that comes off the edge. And it was ball wide. So it didn't really put that ball away. So they mentioned Ishmael, who actually is a minister now in the Ministry of Health. So he's now a junior minister. Woody Richards doesn't think it's a demotion. I think it's the big one, actually. Woody, study yourself. 230 for 5. Stick to cricket, says Woody Richards, the executive producer. Here's a big hit. I really should stick to cricket. That's hit mightily over the long offer. That's gone for 6. That's a big shot from a big man.
Yes, certainly. And we know that Matthew Jones can really, as we see here, the replay, and that's really gone miles back. We know he gives it a mighty hit, but this one, Robert searching, as they say, in to the half of Matthew Jones, and really a tremendous shot all the way for massive 6 here. We know he's a very dangerous customer, Andrew, along with us, Ashley Nurse, who's now joined him. With the likes of her to come, and still Stefan Griffith. So, still hope, again, very close to 300.
Tremendous interest in the box with people's cars behind the commentary position. Harold Eastman, who's got a top of the line vehicle, was wondering if that ball had actually hit his car, but he's saved.
Is it Mercedes?
Here's Roberts again. Good comeback delivery. So Harold Eastman just saying these big hitters make them cut in Bajan parlance. So 43 gone. Gladiola 236 for 5. I realized that the umpires did in fact come together, but there was a no ball bowled. The umpire was just about to go into their respective position, but they've realized now that another ball is to be bowled, and every ball is important, isn't it, Donovan?
Yes, certainly. But I really must commend the effort of young Shamario the Pisa when they lost the wicket of the talisman Ashley Nurse. He came together with Martin Nurse, came together with Randy Thomas, and they both really weathered the storm. At that time, Willie was in a good spell, and they really batted well, got their ones, got their twos, and eventually and they began to pick it up to put them now in a very good position.
Well, 6 runs. That is how important that ball had to be. Another 6, a big hit, and this is a good knock from this young man, Matthew Jones. High over the top of that long on there. That's gone for 6. A good over as well. Look at that. Power and more power. 17 runs in the over. 242 for a loss of 5.
Certainly a very good shot. And the foundation, as I was saying, Andrew, was set by Randy Thomas and Mario de Pisa, indeed, so that they can have the assault here now at the end by these batters coming in, wickets in hand, and certainly push for that 300 mark.
Yeah, well, as I said, the crowd is building. Good work by Mr. Green. Of course, is responsible for the streaming, doing a wonderful job. Maybe if you can just get a little span of the ever-building crowd here. We encourage you to come to the East Coast, St. Andrew. Of course, it's a wonderful parish. And a ground that I believe, if there's development, can really be a good ground. I like this ground. Here is Brathwaite to continue. Edge found, more runs. Down to third man. These are important runs here. And Ashley Nurse gets off the mark with a boundary. So there we have it. This morning we became just a couple of people out wide of the off stump. The short third man. There's no third man, and it raced away for 4. But it was making the point early this morning. We came, not many people. Of course, an early start, 9:45, but it's building quite nicely. Of course, plenty of shade here. And deep in rural Barbados, in Lakes St. Andrew, we welcome you. So the rate has now gone to 5.70. 6 overs and 5 balls remaining. That's going to be called a wide. And the keeper doesn't take it cleanly. So an extra. That was very wide.
You understand what he's really trying to do, Andrew, trying to bowl the ball full and wide, but obviously this time getting it a bit too wide, not wanting to be bowling any length deliveries at this time, which should be easily dispatched by Matthew Jones. So he needs to find the block hole as much as possible, or again attempt full and wide, but obviously keeping it within that line.
Umpire Kareem Tate, who's a school teacher. In fact, his school is not very far from here, the Adams Memorial. Just up the hill. That's hit hard. That's gone a long way. That's gone for 6. Matthew Jones is on fire. High over, wide, long off. Lots of power. And what a way to bring up the 250. Look at that. That is delicious.
Indeed, a fine shot by young Matthew Jones.
254 for 5 and 43.2 overs. Jones move up to 49.
So Matthew Jones on 49 now. Definite change of pace there. Might have played a bit early. The last 50 taking just 21 balls, 3 fours and 4 sixes, says our statistician Harold Eastman. That's why we pay you big bucks, Harold, to provide that kind of information. Of course, he's got with him our good friend Mimi, 254 for 5, product of St. Philip. Barbados' best parish. Harold Eastman lives there along with Woody Richards. Are you a St. Philip man as well?
Certainly not. Certainly not.
Certainly not.
But I love
You're
St.
missing
Philip.
out.
I love St. Philip. St. Michael. That's a place to be. St. Michael.
The Republic, St. Philip. Of course, a red plastic bag, Mac Fingal. Jim Wedderburn is also from St. Philip as well. Chance for catch. Catch taken. So he does not get to his 50. Much closer to the batsman. Catch taken by Carlos Maynard out at cover. And Jones goes. Let's have a look at this. Bowling from round the wicket.
And that's the ball of the 6th wicket.
And that was on the line of that leg stump. So he tailed away. And the ball might have taken the outer portion of the bat, but went to cover. And in the circumstances, that's a good wicket to get, because Jones going for 49 could be the difference between maybe 280 and maybe 310, because had he remained, you would think that they could easily get over 300. That's an important wicket.
Yeah, certainly a good knock by Jones, who is always in ultra attacking mode. As you said, a very important wicket for the Wildy side. This lets in Phillips, Devon Phillips, who's not as aggressive as Hart, so I'm surprised to see him ahead of Hart. But indeed, as you said, that wicket should really slow them down a bit. But we still have Ashley Nurse at the other end, who's quite capable of scoring and scoring rather quickly. So still in a very good position. Still couldn't get up very, very close to 300.
So Matthew Jones, 30 balls, 4 fours and 4 sixes. And excited to taste about with some big hitting. Son of Ricky Skeet, who would have represented Barbados. Fine keeper. So there's the cricket pedigree for you. New batsman coming to the crease is Devon Phillips, as you said. And Brathwaite gets his first wicket. He's been a bit expensive, a bit wayward as well. He's got 3 men inside the circle, saving 1. There's protection on the offside as well. Got the backward point on the boundary and cover on the boundary, and he goes wide. But Ashley Nurse is there, and once he remains to the end, you will still think that Gladiola could possibly get pretty close to 300. On the pitch, which is flattened up quite nicely. Phillips just can't get bat on the ball. So the last 2 deliveries producing no runs. In fact, the last 3 good. The 3rd ball of the over producing the wicket of Jones. In fact, the 4th. And the last 2 not a run scored. So good end to the over from Brathwaite. 44 gone. Gladiola 254 for 6.
Yeah, certainly they will have to try their best to keep Ashley Nurse off of the strike. Phillips now in, obviously. It's going to take a little time to get going, which Gladiola really don't have. So Ashley Nurse would have to do it. So the Wildy side obviously will have to try their best to make sure that Phillips would face most of the deliveries, trying to keep Ashley Nurse off of strike. So Jerome Jones will bowl his 8th over. In fact, just completed his
First ball of his 8th over. Hart, Cummins, and Griffith to come. You were saying you thought Hart would have come before
Yeah,
Phillips?
I was surprised really. Hart wasn't asked to come before Phillips. He can give it a really decent whack. Pretty good all-rounder in my opinion. So I'm very surprised to see Phillips here.
Like just a couple of days ago in the BIM 10 competition, he actually got a hat trick and bowled well. So that rate is 5.77. And in fact, when you look at the scorecard, all the batsmen get into double figures. Shamari DePisa 50, Martin Nurse 17, Randy Thomas 62, Javonte DePisa making 35, Rivaldo Clark 12, and Matthew Jones 49. Didn't hit it very well there, Ashley Nurse. There was a shot of catch. It didn't go all the way down to that mid-wicket area, but he's an important cog in their wheel. This really is a time for him to shine at the back end of the innings. Ashley Nurse, we know he's capable of giving the ball a clout. Phillips has now faced 4 balls and has just got 1. You really need the scoreboard to be taken over at this stage.
So the Willie side could really find themselves getting an ease in terms of getting away. There was some cheap overs there with Phillips in, obviously not in for a long time. He's going to struggle to get the ball away, but have to try his best to get Ashley Nurse as much as possible back on strike.
That must have been pretty close to a wide. Tremaine Prescott, young umpire, very impressive. Doing duties with Kareem Tate. In fact, Tremaine Prescott works at the Ministry of Health. Ambulance technician, they're called nowadays. EMT. Emergency medical technician. You got to give them their due. Back in the old time days, you used to call the health inspector. Now, of course, he's now the environmental officer. So, 45 gone, 255 for loss of 7.
45th over. BW, Gladiola, 257 to 6. Nurse on 7 and Phillips on 1.
So the crowd is building. As I said, lovely atmosphere. Good ground. Last time I was here, remember young Bethel on the 15 game. That could have been maybe pretty close to 10 years ago. And all of his family came out to watch him bat, and tremendous atmosphere. That game was actually streamed and didn't have any challenges in getting. I do know where the ground is. Have you ever played here, Donovan?
Yes, a while back in the Masters final, really. That was a few years back. Yeah, always good conditions here. Atmosphere is wonderful and a picturesque venue. I really love it here.
Now, where's that gone? That's hit mightily by a big, strong man. That's gone maximum over the long on area. Ashley Nurse. It's gone into the river lakes, really. That was it with tremendous. Look at that. From outside the line of the off stump, playing slightly across it, but the power of Ashley Nurse coming to the fore.
Yeah, certainly the Willie team would know what he's capable of. and they'll have to try their best to make sure they keep him off the strike and make sure that most of the deliveries, they're bowling at Devon Phillips, because once Ashley Nurse is given the opportunity here to score, he certainly will, and we know that he's a very dangerous batter, and Carlos Bradford will know his lengths must be adjusted and adjusted quickly, full and wide. But any ball at all that is in a slot or any length deliveries will certainly disappear.
Well, a change of the ball and a holder. The third umpire's come up with a box of balls, and carefully selected by umpire Kareem Tate, and he knows about care as a school teacher. But this could be an important and exciting period of cricket here, with Ashley Nurse looking to launch a serious assault on Wildy. This has been a good score so far, 263 for 6. Wildy won the toss and chose to field. I'll invite your thoughts on that. Now where's that gone? Chance for catch! And a brilliant catch taken! Aaron Jones taking a brilliant catch on the backward point boundary. That is an important wicket as well, because we know what Ashley Nurse can do. Here we go, wide of the off stump. Where's Jones? Look at that. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Keeping his balance as well. An important wicket to get. Nurse goes for 13, 263 for 7.
Indeed, a wonderful catch by Aaron Jones. Carlos Bradford going wide to Ashley Nurse and slashing outside the off stump. International player, obviously, Aaron Jones, who plays for the USA. Indeed, a very good catch. And you were asking about the decision, Andrew, to bowl today. But me personally, once I have won the toss on a good track, and we know that the track here is always very good. In a final, chasing is always pressure. So I'll bat first, put my runs there. The team batting second. You want to win the title, then you have to get them. And if you know the history of this ground here, in the evening, it tends to stay a little bit on the low side for the bowlers who really enjoy that. So if I won the toss, good track, batting first, had to put the runs on the board.
Interesting thought there, because I know at Border, they say that when the tide comes in at Border, the ball can keep low in the afternoon. Is this the same thing here?
Same thing here. In the evening, the ball stays down a lot. So good pitch, hard.
So that's when the tide comes in from the East Coast.
Or the water from the river lakes, I don't know, but it certainly stays down here in the evening period. So good hard track, Sellings out in all its brilliance. Win the toss, a good behind side will obviously have, and bat first. Put your runs on the tin. Pressure to score to win in a final. You know, batting second is always pressure to win any championship at all. So I think that the Wildy side will obviously bat themselves to score whatever the Gladiator side gets here today.
Now that's cheeky. That's very cheeky indeed. By Hart. First ball gets the boundary down to third man. Very, very cheeky shot indeed. Interested in terms of your observation about Wildy winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. Harold Eastman was making the point that Gladiola, they like to bat second, so that might have been the part of the equation in their thinking. Here's Brathwaite. Chance for a catch. That would have been a good catch. That was hit powerfully. But I suppose having gotten his hands to it, he might have taken it, but he seems to be injured. Carlos Brathwaite, who clearly is the star here. That was hit powerfully by Hart. Let's hope it hasn't split the web in there. But immediately called for assistance. Let's hope he's all right, Carlos Brathwaite, because they may need him later on in what looks as if it's going to be a big chase for them. If these two can bat towards the end, you never know, 300 on the board.
That ball was hit back. very hard. But let me vote that all is evaluation.
Got a very interesting guy on the mic, Kevin Vaughan, just making the point that he hopes that Carlos Brathwaite is all right, but he may be in some pain, and there could be possibly some blood there. That was it powerfully.
Certainly a foolish delivery, and he really struck it powerfully, and it would have taken a lot of catching there by Carlos Brathwaite. But he is bowling, looking to bowl wideish with only the fly slip in. But you have long on, long off. There's a man at the cover boundary sweeping, so it'd be more. Really hope that he would really prefer to try to get the balls as much as possible in the block hole, forcing the batter to hit the ball down the ground.
Yeah, but there's tremendous concern here at the KMV Oval, Lake St Andrew. Concern surrounding Carlos Brathwaite. Hart hit the ball back to him, and I think when you see that, with so many cricketers gathered around him, you would think it's pretty serious.
Yeah, certainly, and you don't want at all to see anyone being injured while playing this game, a teammate or otherwise, because we're one big cricketing family, Andrew, and we always get concerned when one of our players gets hurt. We certainly don't want it. We would like the game to remain incident and accident free every single game, so I hope it's not that serious. But we have to wait and see. Certainly some concern here by the Wildy players. As you said, they all gathered around Carlos Brathwaite. So I hope it's not very serious.
He's been consoled there, Carlos Brathwaite. But the ball really went back to him powerfully, and might have been surprised by the velocity to it. Really was it powerful. It was a full toss, got his hands to it, couldn't take the catch, but seems to have done some damage, Carlos Brathwaite. So a delay here.
Getting some assistance.
Well, there's a lady in shorts. I wonder if she's a...
That's his sister.
Oh, that's his sister.
Yeah, and she's actually...
Is she a doctor?
A registered nurse.
Registered
I
nurse.
speak under correction.
Okay, sister's here.
But she is one with a medical background, so she's trying to make sure that, she's making sure that he's okay.
Yeah, let's hope he's okay. So his sister seems to be applying some plaster as well.
Yeah, it looks like the webbing might be.
Yeah, I think that's the problem there for Carlos Brathwaite. And it could be painful as well. This would have happened to you before bowling, or you're not a bowler, are you?
Well, I wouldn't bowl those lengths. I'll try to hide it as much as possible, Andrew. When he's grimacing a bit, seems to be in some pain.
Yeah, major concern here.
We have a little bit in, Carlos is still didn't get one on the field, so as soon as
So just to recap,
all is well, we will resume.
Gladiola being inserted, 267 for a loss of 7, losing Martin Nurse for 17, Shamario De Pisa 50, Randy Thomas 62. Rivaldo Clark 12. Javonte DePisa got 37. Matthew Jones a quick fire 49 from this 30 balls, 4 fours and 4 sixes, and then the dangerous Ashley Nurse just made 13. So Brathwaite is up and running again. Of course, he's a big, strong man, and let's hope that everything is okay. He's gotten some attention. His sister came onto the field. According to Donovan Lovell, she's from a medical background and apparently applied some plaster maybe to the webbing, but we shall see. So we're just about ready to restart. Pretty lengthy delay.
But Andrew, he was always trained to be a warrior. Carlos Brathwaite obviously starting with the Den Bank side with the likes of Barry Cannon and those guys, so he was always a warrior.
That's going to be called a wide. There was a grunt, like Monica Seles, who would have done that in tennis. That big grunt there went by to be taken by the keeper. Trying, of course, at this stage to bowl wide. He's got a heavily packed offside field. Third man, backward point inside the circle. There's a cover. And, of course, there's a protection of the boundary at long off and cover. He goes wide again. So there's a clear plan by Carlos Brathwaite to bowl wide. He's trying to restrict Gladiola as much as possible here. So one to come in over number 46. Brathwaite has already conceded 70 runs. I think he's been naughty with his lengths. Another wide delivery, and Devon Phillips, who appears as if he's batting with a needle, can't get bat on the ball. He's now faced 7 balls just to run. 46 overs gone. 12 runs in the over. Good over for Gladiola. 269 for 7.
Yeah, certainly. Brathwaite coming back to bowl really to a plan wide, encouraging the batter then to hit to the cover boundary. Protection is there. Protection is also on the third man boundary. So indeed, good finish for Carlos Brathwaite. Really bowling in the last stages to his plan.
Just about 1/3 in the country, so one would imagine that the break between innings is going to be much shorter. Anyhow, we start over at number 47 now. And Gladiola, with visions of getting up to 300, can these two do that for them? Phillips has struggled. Hart seems to have got the ability, with Cummins and Stefan Griffith to bat. Griffith, seen him, known more for his bowling, pretty sharp. Now here's Jones to continue. Jerome Jones to bowl his 9th over. That's found the gap. Runs here for Gladiola. Will have the legs to get there. Surely does. That's gone for 4. An important boundary too wide and played square in the offside. That's gone for 4. So what a good way to start the over for Gladiola.
Certainly, I tell you that Hart, he has the ability with the bat. So I was really surprised that Phillips really came ahead of him. I was really surprised to see Phillips ahead of Hart. Hart is one of the better all-rounders that I've seen on the circuit so far. I'm telling you, this guy could play.
Well, his nickname is Sheriff, I'm told. Harold Eastman tells me that. Harold Eastman's phone keeps going off all the time. And I think you need to just put it on silent, Harold. This commentary is going all across the world, being listened to by Joe Biden, who apparently is trailing in the polls, and of course Donald Trump. 269 for 7. So here we go. Now he decides to go round the wicket now. I think this is a pretty steep total already. Here's Jones. You're right about the fact that Hart can bat. For what we've seen so far, seems to be very capable. Pulled that ball quite nicely. But this is a stage now where will be hoping that they can possibly bowl Gladiola out and keep it down to maybe 285. Hart has got 52 versus Lords at Lowlands. Lords, a club in the country St. Lucie, just across the road, so to speak, from here. Now Devon Phillips is really struggling, batting just as bad as Woody Richard. He just can't get back onto ball. He's faced as many as 8 and has just had a run. And Hart will come and say to him, look, just give me the strike.
Simple. You're not getting the ball away. You're not capable of getting the ball away. Just get a single, get off the mark, and give the strike, and then to Hart.
Will they be looking for in fact, that goes for 4. That's a lovely shot. That's a lovely shot played where we were speaking about his inability to get back on the ball, but he certainly found the gap on the offside. That's gone for 4. Look at that. Beautifully played square in the offside. And 4 runs to Devon Phillip. That will certainly do his confidence the world of good. Pitches turned out to be a very good one for batting after 1 or 2 challenges at the start. Some moisture, but it's flattened out nicely here. That's going to be a wide. We've had as many as 16 wides, says Harold East, but in fact, Extra's making a pretty healthy contribution to Gladiola's effort. Extra's now 26. 1 leg by, 4 byes, and as many as 17 wides now and 4 no balls. So the run for everything here now. And a partnership of 17. After Ashley Nurse departed, a couple of things could have happened. The innings could have folded, but these two have done a good job. As you said, Hart can bat, and Phillips can certainly bat a bit as well, although he struggled.
And indeed, Andrew, 2 quality sides here contesting this final.
This should be taken easily, and it is. So Joshua Dorn, who dropped the catch early inside the circle, a short fine leg, takes a simple catch, and Phillips departs. Actually, Hart, the batsman, to go, but couldn't drop that really. Mulder went straight to him down at long on. So Hart departs. 280 for the loss of 8. So a couple of things could happen here. Gladiola could push on to maybe 300, or they could even be bowled up, because we've got 3 overs left and they're 280 for the loss of 8. So how will they play it here now, Gladiola? Will they look to work it around and maybe try to get to possibly 300 if possible? Or will they be looking to go on the attack? What do you think?
I don't see no working around here. I'm telling you, Miguel Cummins is in, he's going to hit at it, and Phillips is going to keep going. They want to get up to 302.
So whatever happens from here on in, you would think that Gladiola, they've got a score that they feel that they can defend. Well, they, of course, is a dominant side in local cricket. Although in terms of the elite, first ball is beautifully bowled by Brathwaite. Going into the last round of matches, one would have thought that they would have won the championship, but it was Empire with a late run. And the defending champions not able to hold on. They also lost an intermediate final to Boscobel.
Yes, man.
Yeah, they've had some. I don't know if it's bad luck, but they've been to finals, but they've not been able to win. But we know their quality. They've actually had, according to Harold Eastman, about 4 cups to win, and they've not been able to win. And someone in the back says they've had teacups. So Brathwaite in his 9th over will bowl to Miguel Cummins, the former West Indies fast bowler. Come out a bit, Miguel Cummins. That's a good authentic cricket shot, pitched up, but not able to find the gap. Miguel Cummins, of course, picked for his bowling. He could be an important factor for Gladiola when they bowl.
Certainly. And I've seen him in the BIM 10, and he's really charging in. He looks fit as well.
That's very well played. Down to third man to get off the mark. Just opened the face of the bat and played it quite nicely. Must have been pretty close to a wide. I think Brathwaite would be a little bit lucky to have gotten away with that. Of course, St. Andrew, Mount Hillaby, highest point in Barbados, just over, 1,100 feet. Mount Hillaby. Lots of pottery. So look out on the far side of the ground, lots of greenery as well. Of course, it's a rural parish. So, good over from Cummins, and over in which just 3 runs came. So, by far in terms of economy, is best over. 48 overs bowled, 283 for 8. Everyone is important here. Clearly heading down the leg side. Good cricket by Gladiator to get a single. Just had a visit from Adrian Watson, who promised so much. Product of St Andrew. In fact, when he played, many people thought he might have gone all the way, would have played at the youth level, but never really carried on. Edison Rock as well, from this part of the world. Roger Curran as well. These are all St Andrew guys. Of course, Dale Richards is a St Andrew man. Would have played for the West Indies. Jonathan Carter would have played for the West Indies as well. The ODI level. Didn't go on to play Test cricket. And of course, the late great Conrad Hunt from St Andrew as well. He will be the most famous of them all. No doubt about that. Of course, there's a famous church, the St Andrew's Parish Church. Interesting history, because there was a reverend there called Reverend Gatherer that I'm told that was rector of the church for over 60 years, having come from St. Vincent. So free it as an offer here. No ball bowled by Jones at this stage. Can't do that. Here we go. How can Phillips benefit from this? But he's bowled down, but of course it's the free hit swung across it. But these are important runs here. 289 for 8. Of course, at the break, we're going to be talking to Shakira Selman, who just was appointed by the Barbados Cricket Association. Of course, Shakira Selman, a fast bowler for the West Indies. Current fast bowler for the West Indies, I'm told. So it's not former, it's current. She's still very much available for selection, I'm told. She's going to be with us at the break. Also, Captain Barbados, the championship. Now, here's a wicket. Playing across the line there. And a wicket for Jones. Cummins goes for 2. And 289 for 8. Not the kind of end to the innings that Gladiator will be looking for here. They're losing wickets. They've been able to pull it back, really. But overall, Gladiator with a good score of 289 for loss of 9. Played across it and loses his off stump.
Yeah, certainly, as I keep saying, runs on the board, and it's indeed a final, so you can probably get scoreboard pressure going in. But you rightfully said they wanted to finish in a flurry to get up anywhere between 300, 320, but Wildy getting some cheap overs in, really, because even though Phillips was there a while, he's not really be scoring at a quick clip at all. So they really would have wanted to be anywhere at this stage 300 or 302 or so. But again, Wildy getting some 3 overs. You never know in the end, might work out in their favor. But still, runs on the board, runs on the board.
So Stefan Griffith is the new batsman coming to the crease. Another left-hander, known more for his fast bowling. They tell me he's pretty sharp. Have you seen him?
Certainly, I'm telling you, he's quick.
He's quick. Okay, so we look forward to seeing him. Really looking to wrap it up here. And plays it quite nicely. I'm told he's also a favourite. Comes from that Rice's area. There's a place in Barbados called Rice's, which of course is in St. Philip South, and he's from the general area and was actually spotted by Ashley Nurse bowling, and he was encouraged to come to the club. So 49 overs gone, 289 for a loss of 9. So we've got 6 balls remaining. And Carlos Brathwaite, who's really come back very well. Although he's been expensive, he's been able to capture a couple of very important wickets. He'll bowl the last over. So can Gladiola get up to a 300? We shall see. Last over being bowled. Brathwaite, whose attack has been very predictable outside the off stump and really has done very well. I'd be interested maybe if the scorers, Harold Eastman or our good friend Mimi, can tell me how many runs would have been conceded and wickets taken by Brathwaite in the last 3 overs or so. Because I rather suspect he's really come back nicely. Harold? Just a single. They look for the second. The return comes in. And he gets home. Back for the second. Phillips wants to get the strike. 4 balls are left. Had to push for that second run. And they got it. Bit of a fumble by Matar at cover. Now do they decide to bring him inside the circle and save a single? The plan is obvious. The bowling wire the off stump. So 2 for 26 and 5. He's really come back nicely. So we've had 2 balls bowled in the last over. Can Gladiola get a boundary? Can they get to 300? I'm sure they'd love to do that. But he's trying to be cute, but gets the run. Bit of a nothing shot. Maybe watching too much cricket on television, but he gets away with it. Quiet over so far. It's been an interesting effort on the part of Gladiola, having lost the early wicket of Martin Nurse, but good solid batting from De Pisa. And of course, Randy Thomas, an important call in their wheel, 62. Fonda De Pisa making 35, and that Matthew Jones 49 really kept them going well, and they will end with a good score here on the pitch, which has really turned out to be a good one for batting. So of course stay with us. We have an interview lined up for you when the innings breaks. Stefan Griffith seems to be very popular. Gets a run. Got a short ball. Surprised. he's laughing. Here one of the Gladiola supporters saying Stefan raised the bat. So there are just 2 balls left now. And Gladiola, they need a boundary here. Just a single. The offside well protected. This has been a good over from Brathwaite. He's really pulled it back quite nicely with all of his experience playing across the world. Our plan is bowling wire the off stump. So 1 ball is left. 294 for the loss of 9. And Stefan Griffith will face the last ball. So here we go with the last ball. And he's bowled him all over the place. The stumps are shattered. And Carlos Brathwaite has really come back really very well. Started poorly by bowling short, but using all of his experience. And the last ball producing a wicket. And Gladiola being inserted as Brathwaite produces a delivery that is bang on target. The stumps scattered all over the place. And this represents a good performance by the man that you say remember the name. Very much on screen now. Carlos Brathwaite, the wounded warrior, has come back and has bowled very well. But having won the toss and decided to field, one would think that Gladiola, 294 from 50, will think that they've got a pretty decent score indeed.
Certainly. They started with the pair of Martin Nurse and the Pisa, Shamar de Pisa. They lost Martin early, who is really the go-to man this season. But the partnership between Randy Thomas and Shamar de Pisa was one of common sense. They batted well, they ran between the wicket beautifully. They took the ones, they took the twos. When the boundaries came, they did that, and they really set the platform really for the other batters to come. As you said, that knock by Matthew Jones was indeed a very, very important one. But Randy Thomas is 62. Good knock again, good common sense batting, really, and the platform there was then set for a good total of 294. So this is cognizant of the fact that not only as a cricketing unit on or off the field, this Gladiola team is one that is really together, a well-oiled unit, a mixture of youth and experience, and really a good unit. And it was proven here today by the way they came out. They battled well together, they ran well together, and the platform was set really for what I believe is a very competitive score. And if you will the team to get anywhere close to 294, they really have to bat well here today.
I agree with that. There's no doubt about that. So the news is that Gladiola being inserted, 294 being bowled out off the very last ball, and it represents, in my view, a pretty good effort on their part. Significant contributions, as you said, from Thomas Hubert, 62, and Jones's 49 from 30 balls was important. And then we had a situation where Carlos Brathwaite certainly came back and bowled pretty well towards the end. In fact, picking up 3 for 70, a bit expensive. And Jones, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 46. Well, we promised you an interview. Shakira Selman, the fast bowler for the West Indies, has just gotten an important job at the BCA. And as Shakira is telling me, not fast anymore. Let's go across and join Stephen Leslie. Stephen?
Yes, I'm here with Shakira Salman, who just recently joined the Barbados Cricket Association team as Women's Cricket Officer. Shakira, how are you doing? We are at the final, and what are you looking forward to in your new role?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm very excited to have gotten the new role. I'm really looking to have a positive impact on women's cricket off the field. You know, I've done my part on the field, but now it's an opportunity for me to really grow the women's game in Barbados and by extension in the Caribbean off the field.
Well, Shakira, you said that you want to really grow, which is important. You as an individual have been filling a lot of roles. You played Barbados national cricket, you played for the West Indies team. You also do some analyst work on camera. But definitely now being part of the administration end, have you, in your view, do you think that you've been able to be trained with all the experience that you've got for this new role?
Yeah, definitely my experience on the field and my relationship with the girls will help as I take on a new role. I expect to learn a lot from the other persons I will be working with at Barbados Cricket Association, but I think I'm prepared for the role and I'm really excited about it.
Well, I'm going to ask you, you started as a very young lady playing cricket and now you're slightly older. Coming through the ranks, what do you think that really is the key element to have cricket attractive to not just young girls but to women in general?
Yeah, well, firstly, we've got to use the players who have excelled at the highest level. We have Eddie Matthews, who's done so much, and we've seen how much cricket has helped her and helped other players by extension. If we can use them and let the younger girls see them and see how much you can achieve by playing cricket, I think that's the first step. Cricket can be a real career choice, not only for men, but obviously for women as well. We've seen it around the world. We see people coming out of university and going straight to playing cricket. They're not doing anything else, and they're able to make a very good life living outside of that. So if we can do that initially, I think that will help. Also, we need to have more competitions. Not enough competitions are being played in Barbados. We know we don't have a domestic competition for women in Barbados. If we can have that, then girls will be more attracted to the game as well.
And finally, Shakira, your playing days, I know that you are also qualified as a coach. How do you feel about giving that opportunity to the young girls, not just as an administrator, but also as a coach?
Yeah, well, I've already started helping out some younger girls. We just had 4 ladies fly off to Antigua for the West Indies on the 19th camp, and I was able to help out with those girls in their preparation for that camp. So I'm very happy to have been able to do that and to be able to have an impact as a coach as well. Like you said, I have a level 2 West Indies certificate. I'm hoping to improve and do the level 3 at some point. But yeah, it's good. Any impact I can have, any positive impact I can have on the ladies game, whether it's on the field as a coach or in this administrative role, I'm willing to take it.
Well, I want to thank you, Shakira, for the opportunity that you have given, not just to cricket in the Caribbean, but now you're giving it back to Barbados cricket. And I want to wish you all the very best in your new role.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to be now joined by Andrew Mason after Shakira has given us the wonderful opportunity to find out how she really looks forward to doing what she's doing. And Andrew Mason will be asking a few questions. Andrew?
Well, first of all, I'm not a fast bowler like Shakira. I tend to bowl without any success at all. It's been a wonderful day so far. Absolutely brilliant down here. I love this ground. And even before we talk about the World Cup, in my view, this is a wonderful facility in terms of selection.
Well, Andrew, KV Oval Isolation Cavaliers is one of the most picturesque grounds in Barbados. And the choice to come to the St. Andrew venue, we've got a team here led by Kevin Vaughan. The Barbados Cricket Association has observed over maybe the last 10 to 12 years the opportunity and the high standard that Kevin Vaughan and his team does in terms of preparation of pitch and outfield. This ground you can see here from the gathering that is a very popular location. The hills behind us, very picturesque, and we are very happy to have bought the game here, and we're hoping to have a wonderful final where Gladiola really has to chase down a big score. Well, really has to chase down a big score after Gladiola's made their runs.
Yeah, in fact, 294. The action is going to start up just in about 10 minutes or so. The break is shortened. But let's quickly talk about the World Cup. Barbados will in fact host the finals. That was known for quite a long time. The official announcement came yesterday. Big statement from the Prime Minister. Congratulations to the Barbados. You must be over the moon.
Well, Barbados has to be over the moon. I mean, Prime Minister Motley would have had a front page story today in the Nation newspaper about the joy that she has in the T20 Cup. President Condé really has also expressed his view. I mean, Barbados really continues to show that we punch above our weight, not just in producing high quality cricketers, but the infrastructure, the knowledge, the logistics. We have a really good group of persons who can pull together a really world-class event. And I think given the final and then 8 other matches, which are 9 games during the month of June, Andrew, does a tremendous opportunity for Barbados to continue to really punch above its weight and to give everyone the opportunity to enjoy this lovely island here.
And I think organisation is important. We've had the experience before, the World Cup 2007 and 2010. So with that kind of experience is so vitally important.
Very important. It gives everyone that template, it gives that body. You have to be able to problem solve, because sometimes for these events you've got multiple things happening, you've got different races, you've got different demographics, so you have to be able to understand the whole work structure in order to execute. And cricket is a game that is not just the game on the field, but it's an event. So I believe that the personnel that we have in Barbados will be competent, and we will want to deliver a high quality event for the globe.
Just before you go, some important matches as well. Of course, the economy is important. When you look at England, when it comes out to the Caribbean, look at what happens to the Barbados economy. They're going to be playing a big game against Australia on June the 8th. Big, big, big.
Huge game, Australia versus England, and you can imagine the amount of tourists that will come on the island, the amount of economic activity. And the good thing about having a game like that, you then go into the Super 8s, Andrew. So you've got the Australia versus England, then you wait to see who qualifies from each of those 4 zones for the Super 8s. Barbados hosts 3 of those Super 8s. So we can have another big clash or 2, and then the grand final on June 29th. So Barbados has the opportunity to really bring everyone to embrace this lovely island, and we want to put forward a world-class event come June 2024.
Thank you very much indeed, Stephen Leslie, of course, the man who is very much in charge of marketing and communications at the BCA. The weather is absolutely brilliant this part of the world. We're on the east coast of Barbados Lakes. The news is that Gladiola are making a good score, 294 from the 50 overs. The action is going to start in about 10 minutes. Please join us then.
Prezi. Good man. Yeah. Motherfuckers are bad. Yeah. Don't say I play for $10.
Welcome back to KMV Oval here in Lakes in St. Andrew. Lovely surroundings here. We are just about ready to have a resumption of play, and it will be the Wildy team who will be chasing 295 to win here in the final of the BCA Super Cup. Intriguing battle lies ahead for Wildy. Harold Eastman mentioned to us earlier that Wildy have been thereabouts with a number of titles around the club's circuit this in the past season, but they have not been able to take the cake. Will they take it this afternoon? We'll soon find out. Here's Cummins with the first ball, right up inside the block hole. Richards looking to maybe go through the onside, and a good way to start, confident way to start for Miguel Cummins.
Yeah, intriguing battle indeed. Very good way for Miguel Cummins to start. Remember, way back when, sometime in the Gladiola, and as I told you that Miguel Cummins, he would probably be the mainstay as far as picking up early wickets is concerned. Yes, Demetrius Richards has had a very good season, very consistent, but as I told you, the Gladiola plans would be possibly to bowl just a bit fuller to him. He doesn't really hit the ball down the ground well. And based on this field alone, Woody, the mid-on, there's no mid-on, there's no mid-off. There's a third man, there are two slips, there's a gully, there's a point, there's a very square cover, and there's the mid-wicket, he's very square as well in his own right, and a short fine leg. There's just a deep backward square and a third man. So again, evidence that they know how Demetrius Richards plays. He will have his work cut out for him against the likes of Miguel Cummins.
Looking for a loose drive there. Reminding you that Richards got 100 in the first round against the Foundation at Churchill. He also scored 81 against Spartan in Queen's Park, 64 against St. Catherine, 51 against UEA, 40 against Carleton, 30 against UEB. So he's been pretty consistent with the bat.
Yeah, very consistent indeed, and take nothing away from his scores. But today is the day. Today is finals day. This is a day that it will matter. And as I said, good plan so far from Guardiola in terms of the field setting, understanding the player that they're operating to. And you realize Miguel Cummins, who usually operates around that 6 meter mark, he's actually quite fuller. He's up to 4. He understands his assignment.
That one is tugged away through mid-wicket, and we'll have the first boundary of the chase. Richards getting off the mark with that one. He's on to 4, and it's now 4 without loss, being the first over of the chase, and it's Wildy targeting 295.
Yeah, quality shot from Richards. And Woody, one thing about a situation like this, young man having a good season, just there or thereabout in terms of being a French player, is Demetrius Richards. A day like today, in front of the audience, to get a good score for his team and possibly take them over the line, it will all go well for his career, certainly.
And there you saw it. He was looking to go down the ground, but not a lot of power in the stroke.
Yeah, no real power. That's about the only thing you can say about him. And that's not to say that he can't nudge the ball down the ground. It's just to say that you realize the type of player that he is. And as more word gets around, you will find that they will adjust tactics to suit, and then obviously he has to do the same and be able to counter-attack, consolidate and counter-punch. Yes, he went down the ground there, just no real power, but at least the intent is there to get those foolish deliveries away from him.
It'll be important for him to get a good score here. And it's in the air, down to third man, and he's gone! So in the very first over, Miguel Cummins strikes an important blow, dismissing one of the more consistent batsmen for Wildy this season, in the Super 50 Cup, and that's Demetrius Richards. He's gone, caught down on the third man boundary. I think that was Randy Thomas who took the catch, and so Richards goes for 4, and at the end of the first over, Wildy 4 for 1.
Remember I said earlier in this over that Miguel Cummins understands the assignment. Remember I told you that there was a third man and play a wideish third man as well on that backward square. There it was spliced away, it was wide. Randy Thomas had to run about some 10-15 meters to his left and took a pretty easy catch in the end. And Woody, these are the things that made the difference for me. Yes, Demetrius Richards had a great season, taking nothing away from the young man, but plans are set. You're facing up a pretty high quality bowler, certainly at this level, and an opposition that understands how you play. You get out in that fashion. You get out in that fashion. That's not a tick in the box. There's actually an X in the box. So you'll have to go back to the drawing board and come back again next season. Gladiola or Cock-a-Hoop tails up at the moment. Could target the total set and a wicket already in the hutch.
And as I said, an important one because he's been perhaps their most consistent batsman in this tournament this season. And with his loss, it now means that there'll be a bit more pressure on the rest of the batting. I mean, they've got some, let's not belittle it. I mean, they've got some quality batsmen. As the new batsman is Aaron Jones, who's played on the international scene for United States, and you've also got Joshua Dorn, who is one who's highly regarded in Barbados. They've also got someone like Nimar Bolden, who's made 100 already this season. Carlos Brafitt can also bat. Carlos Maynard and Jaden Roberts have also gotten runs. Zaishan Mohammed has gotten some runs as well too, and Tariq O'Neill. So if you really look at it, they've got the batting. Maybe the only person who didn't really come to the party maybe this season was probably Desmond Currency.
Well, as I said,
in terms of the batting.
Yeah, in theory, it looks good on paper for Wildy, but I tell you what, Gladiola is a finals unit. Gladiola are up for the task, evidenced by the total that they've set. And if there's one thing that Gladiola do have, is a quality seam attack for this level. Kimar the Sheriff Hart that is operating now, he's a guy that picks up early wickets as well. He bowls a fullish length. He's always probing just around that 4 meter mark. He asks questions of you, and you can tell that he's an attacking bowler. 2 slips are in play. There is a cover, a point, and a mid-off. Just third man back.
That one had a bit of danger about Astro had a bit of danger about it, but well away from the fielder, and Dorn would get off the mark. We saw him play a very fine innings in the final, the school's final for Foundation, who defeated Queen's College in that final at your ground, Friendship, and let's see if he can transfer that kind of form, that kind of promise to this level, a more senior level of our cricket. Kemar Hart in this tournament this season, 3 for 20 versus Wanderers, 3 for 14 versus Police, 2 for 27 against you at Yorkshire.
Yeah, they were beaten though. But
4 for 20 versus Pickwick, 3 for 17 versus Lawrence, 2 for 15 versus YMPC, and 2 for 38 versus UEB. So, second highest wicket taken in the tournament, and needs more wickets to pass Davian Banker of Spartan. On the line of the leg stump, you won't get those 2 wickets of deliveries like that. Just clipped off the pass. A lovely shot by Dorn. You already can see why he's so highly regarded, Joshua Dorn. Picking this one off his legs and flicking it away down towards the 5-leg region. Have a look again at the dismissal of Demetrius Richards in the first over. There was Randy Thomas circling under it, took a good catch inside the third man boundary, well inside. And a reminder that a lot of players, we talk about analytics, and a lot of players at this level may not be as aware of the analytics and the thinking. When you've got a big boundary and the wind is blowing across the ground, you can't hit into that side of the ground. Darn,
Yeah,
and even alone outside the off stuff.
But once again, as I told you, that length, Miguel Cummins used his back in the pitch, but you see that was a fuller length Miguel Cummins ball. Very much aware of how Richards plays in the third man, the white third man, the 2 slips, and the gully that they had in play. It tells you that they know how he plays. And again, he possibly was trying to get that delivery over the infield. Remember, there was no mid on and mid off. The cover was squeezing, the mid wicket was squeezing. They were asking something of him, and they got their reward.
Oh, a bad mix-up between Dorn and Aaron Jones, and it will be Jones who will be the one dismissed. Dorn went into the non-strikers, and Jones was stranded mid-pitch. A bad mix-up. Really, not something as you would say you want to invite the schoolboys to view. And so Wildy, under early pressure, losing their second wicket in the second over. We had a look at it there, the replay. Maybe we can get our director to maybe have a replay it again, just for us to have another look at it, as they've lost their second wicket now. Wildy, they're now 10 for 2 in over number 2. Let's have a look at it there. Dorn took off on a run. Jones was the one who stopped, but Dorn committed to the run, continued through. Jones stood, and I guess he maybe didn't want to sacrifice the young man, Joshua Dorn, and in the end, he was the one who was run out. And, well, Wildy under pressure.
Yeah, most certainly Wildy under pressure. 294, it does this to you, doesn't it? As I told you, Woody, we can call all those names all down the line. We may end up calling all those names down the line in a slower procession. This is pressure. This is a finals day, and everything you do on this day counts. And if it's one team in Barbados that understands that, it is Gladiola, and so far they've responded to the call. We'll have to see how this affects young Dorn. Obviously, his other statesman, Aaron Jones, basically sacrificing himself, as you said, selfless of Jones, you'll have to say. I know a few guys that probably would have turned back and left the young man hanging, but this is the nature of the game. So Miguel Cummins with his tail up, Gladiola with 2 wickets to their credit, 294 on the board. It looks good for the men in green.
Well played by Dorn. As I said, that was the first time I got a chance to really have a look at him, and heard a lot about Joshua Dorn, but only got a chance to see him in the school's final, and really shaped up to be a very fine player. And I think he's going off with the West Indies under 19s to the ICC Youth World Cup in South Africa.
South Africa, yes.
Later on this month. So we'll want to wish him well there.
Well, I could tell you, a known pundit in Barbados cricket, Sayaka, he told me as I was way off in the crowd for my extended break. He said to me that he came to cricket today, especially to watch this young man, and he was looking to see if he would give him his papers today, whether it would be for attendance or whether for passing the class. We'll have to see. But certainly there's a lot of tongues wagging about this young man. He has a bit of quality about him, but a tough order today here, Woody.
Oh, come on.
Oh, flash it outside the off stump. The edge fong and he's gone. More pressure for Wildy here as Dorn flirted with danger outside the off stump and the edge fong, and Miguel Cummins, also a big day horse when you talk about him. He also picks up his second wicket, and now Wildy 10 for 3.
Yeah, well, not that good of a delivery. What I can say, it was a beautiful catch by Rivaldo Clark, diving away to his right. This young man has come on leaps and bounds as far as wicket keeping is concerned. And yes, we said our eyes on Joshua Dorn. We wondered if he would pass the class today. We'll just have to give him that certificate for participation. Unfortunately, we can't sign that document just today, but lots left for the young man to learn, as he will learn from today. You don't flirt with danger. You certainly don't flirt with danger from a delivery from the likes of Miguel Cummins at this level. So, the burly Carlos Brathwaite, he comes out to do business. You know, he always looks like an imposing figure, but he's there, and I can tell you this target is imposing, and the men of green are cock-a-hoop.
Well, if there's, like as I said, Bolden this season, he's already got 100 under his belt, so that suggests that there may be some quality there, there may be some ability, and also some form. And Brathwaite, we know, is also a good performer. He's been an international player. He knows what to do. He should be able. What he must certainly look to do first and foremost is try to absorb some of this early pressure, much the same way as we saw from Gladiola. We saw when the Gladiola team batted the openers. They absorbed some early pressure in the first 5 overs, and then after Martin Nurse got out, Randy Thomas came in, and he and Shamario De Pisa also, just soaked up balls and soaked up the pressure.
Consolidated, and remember I told you, Woody, what Wildy allowed Gladiola to do is back to the game plan that they wanted to execute. And if Wildy lose today, they have to take stock of how they allowed Gladiola to sit on that initial period. What's quite interesting for me is Carlos Brathwaite has strode out at number 5. Yes, he is a decorated international in his own right, but we know his exploits are hugely finishing games in the bottom order, etc. I don't know if there's a bit of bronze going on here, the big imposing figure, but he will not get the better of Miguel Cummins on a day like this if he goes about it in a foolhardy manner. So this will be quite interesting, because I can't tell the last time that Carlos Brathwaite has batted a new ball.
But also too, they're maybe seeing that Miguel Cummins maybe getting some shape with the new ball. They've also put in a gully now, and leaving alone again there by Carlos Brathwaite. And a good over from Miguel Cummins, a wicket maiden for Miguel Cummins. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 4, and Wildy chasing 295 there under early pressure, 10 for 3.
Yeah, little things, Woody, little things. Those 2 deliveries that Carlos Brathwaite got from Miguel Cummins, albeit that they probably shaped it away a bit. He was in all kinds of contortions and getting very screw on deliveries, and that's suggestive that he's not accustomed to batting deliveries, certainly no, with lacquer on the ball. So I wonder about the thought process of the team at this stage with Gladiola with their tails up. They've chosen not to try to absorb the pressure but send their talisman, and this can go pear-shaped very, very quickly if Carlos Brathwaite goes, and then they find a way to consolidate and they don't have anyone to finish the game in the back end of the innings. But as we like to say, Woody, conjecture at this point, we let some cricket play.
Yep, let the cricket play. Famous words of one of our fellow commentators here in Barbados, Keith Holder. To me. Remember, I very often in the old days, in the old Kensington Oval, when the media center, well, it's in the same position that it is now, but it was in a different configuration. I would go onto the balcony and I would let the players know how they feel. I mean, I still do a bit of that still, but I remember at that time Courtney Brown was the captain, and we had Trinidad to beat one time, and they were out there monkeying around, and they went and get behind him. And all Keith said is, Woody, there's always got a partnership. We gonna win. Let the cricket play. That was always his instructions to be let the cricket play, Woody.
Yeah, most certainly, Woody. I think my earliest memory of you would be you coming out on that balcony. Indeed, when I was a little tot in the Kensington stand, you would be coming out, and never forget your gesticulations. You'll be arms out, do this, do that. You're totally correct. But
and
yes.
when they took my advice,
So,
usually
it
something
usually
happened.
fair enough. But yeah, some cricket has to play, and will they really need to let some cricket play here? They need to absorb this early pressure.
A nice looking shot there by Bowles. Another very highly regarded young batsman in the country, and he'll get a boundary. Well, that didn't even look as though he hit it with any degree of power, but the timing and the placement was tremendous. And the outfield is a bit lush too. And for it to just race away, let's have a look at it again on the replay. Just a block.
Yeah, checked on the eyes, good contact just on that point. Probably the perfect point, actually. Beautiful timing. These things do happen. Guardiola are on the ultra attacking, if you want to say that. There are 2 slips in play, and the cover wasn't as square as it should be as he did. The adjustment is now being made. He's coming just as right. Again, this is Nearmar Bowling. Plays in a similar fashion to Richards as well in terms of permeating those square boundaries. The adjustment is made.
That would be called a wide.
Another good take from Rivaldo Clark. I must say, Woody, over the last year and a half or so, I've been quietly watching Rivaldo behind the stumps. He's been doing a magnificent job. I saw him in the CPL as well. He didn't get much opportunity with the bat for that Barbados franchise, but he really gave a good account of himself behind the stumps, and I think he's starting to enjoy his work. I know a couple of years ago he probably didn't like it, but he's getting into his work, and this is nice to see. Guardiola outfit is a very interesting outfit, Woody. They surprised you and then they snatch victory from you.
Well, I'm not really surprised at all. I mean, good old Ashley Nurse is certainly the man who is at the heart of this team. But maybe he didn't necessarily see himself as being a keeper and making a career out of it. But there are opportunities now because there's no, maybe someone has probably talked to him and let him know that there's opportunities not only in the Barbados team but certainly even in the West Indies team for a good keeper who can also make runs.
Yeah, franchise cricket opportunities even as well. A nice push there by Bowden up the ground. I wonder how Randy Thomas will be feeling this evening, to be honest with you. You remember, he looks good on the field. He runs around. He's 40-odd. And it was just reliably informed he's going straight to the beach, and he really should. He should probably carry some Bengay with him as well, because I can tell you these days are serious days. Carlos Bradford actually joked to me just now. He doesn't think he's even playing 50-over cricket again on the EA system.
Oh, my goodness. Well, in this day and age, you have hot and cold baths. But unfortunately, we're not at Kensington Oval. Maybe we need to get someone to get a couple empty paint drums and fill it with some ice and some water.
It's actually amazing that you said that. I spent some time last weekend at Manchester City, and what I saw.
Oh, you're a big one.
No, it's clearly I was. And what I saw there in terms of recovery, there's certainly no oil drums around.
No.
And I can tell you what, it's an entire process, and it's really wonderful to see what sport has come to, particularly at a state-of-the-art facility like that. As I said, Woody, we have to have that conversation offset because there's some things that are obviously are privy to confidentiality. But I tell you what, there are no drums around. I guarantee you that.
No, those are not drums. They're lovely, some lovely tubs.
No tubs either. I was wondering if I was on an episode of Justice League. You ever watch Justice League? Those guys go out and fight, and then they go in this chamber, and they come out so rejuvenated, they're ready to go again. That is what I saw.
Oh, well, hyperbaric chambers has always been hyperbaric chambers, as we know in the past. And another agent is gone. So Miguel Cummins strikes another important blow for Gladiola. Carlos Brathwaite, remember the name? Well, he won't remember this game at all.
Yes, I have to say, Woody, I have to confess, I believe this move was foolhardy. Carlos Brathwaite going out at number 5 there with Miguel Cummins with a tail up delivery just about that all stamp nicked off I can tell you, Woody, I spoke to Miguel Cummins this morning. He had a bag of ice on his foot. He said to me, I'm ice on my foot. And when I come off of here, it's trouble this afternoon. And trouble it is indeed. 4 down now. Miguel Cummins has 3 of those. The talisman, Carlos Bradford, he goes back to the hutch. All of a sudden, 17 for 4. It is looking very, very daunting for Wildy.
Well, this could be certainly a very heavy defeat for the Wildy side. There is Carlos Brathwaite, a very important player who has international pedigree, but undone by another international player. That's what we must know. An international player and doing another international player, and a 3 for 4. But Wildy in loads of trouble at the moment.
And once again, Rivaldo Clark tumbling away to his right, coming up with the goods once more. As I said before, this young man is going leaps and bounds behind the stumps. Miguel Cummins, though, what an asset he is for the Gladiola team at this level. I told you they have a pretty decent seam attack, and obviously spearheaded by the big man Miguel Cummins with international experience, showing his wares here today, worth his weight in gold for the men in green.
2 left-handers at the crease, and let's see if what Cummins can conjure up against these two, with Carlos Maynard coming in to join Neymar Bolden. You know, he's got a lovely outswinger to the right-handers, but can he now line it up to do similar to the left-handed batsman?
To be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if he does anything here today. He's really on fair, he's really on song, and he knows his craft, yes, as we said. And this is the difference between what happened in the first innings with Wildy, where we saw Jerome Jones operating at 6-7 meters, hitting the ball into the surface instead of operating at 5-4 meter mark, looking for the edges, looking to be on the attack. Yes, there is 294 on the board, so there's a bit of luxury as far as Miguel Cummins is concerned, but he understands the track. As I said earlier, he understands his assignment.
That's an off-of-me shot there from Bolden. That one up into the rib cage. A bit of discomfort there for him. 18 for 4 in over 19 for 4 now in over number 5. And no, there's no need for you to adjust your screen. That is the correct score, and they're chasing 295. We thought there may have been a few penalty runs because they were a bit slow with the over rate, but they seem to have gotten away. Maybe they were probably they had that long delay because of Carlos Brathwaite's injury to his hand. Another uncomfortable delivery here from Cummins, hurrying Carlos Maynard, a little bit uncomfortable. Remains at 19 for 4.
Yeah, that 294, it looks like a stiff penalty in itself already, isn't it? A couple more runs would have added insult to injury, but yes. And what more can you say? Guardiola have turned up, they've come to play. But a word again with you on this picturesque field. Wind blowing east to west, nice light breeze. There's a bit of cloud cover just away to the right of us, away to those hills. So it's a cooling breeze as Miguel Cummins operates. A lovely crowd, an appreciative crowd on hand, really. Every vantage point that has some shade is being taken up. It's really a lovely spectacle for Barbados cricket.
Coming off the thigh pad there, looking to work it into the onside was Maynard. Just give you some of the big totals we've had so far in terms of team totals so far this season. We've had 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 totals over 300. 301 for 7 Gladiola versus Pickwick. 303 for 9 Police versus Windward. 311 for 5 Carlton versus BCA Youth A. 313 Yorkshire versus Police. 313 for 7 Gladiola versus Windward. 313 for 6 Wildy versus Maple. 320 Yorkshire versus BCA Youth B. 321 Maple versus Foundation, and 361 for 6 UEA versus Foundation. But this 295 just outside of those, just under those 300 totals.
Yes, most certainly. And as for our finals, 294 is a massive total. I was just reminded, Woody, that I should get some royalties from Rivaldo Clark for teaching him to dive. I tell you what, 2018, 2019, it was horrific going through the COVID periods trying to get him to go away to his right and his left. It's really lovely to see. As I said, what more can I say about this young man and his glovemanship for the either one of the edges goes through and he does not take it. It's a different position in the game. Certainly the first one. So that's what it is. We've seen a bowling change already. Ashley Nurse is square into the attack. There are two left-handers, of course, at the crease. The matchup.
You read my mind.
My word. The matchup, the off spinner is operating.
You said left-handers. I know where you were going.
Two left-handers. You have to use those terms. Never mind my friends all the way to our left that do radio. We have to use those terms now. This is 2024. I see Harold is peeping at me under his glasses.
No. They like to laugh at this part of it. They make look at like spin the thing all the way here.
So what will Ashley Nurse do? 20 for 4. Oh, let down in the field. Is that Griffith? Yes. In the cover.
You know, the occasion a little big for Griffith. His eyes
Maybe not. That's not the right position for him.
Well, his eyes are open a little wide today. I'm sure he's chomping at the bit to get the ball in his hand, but you know, marginal because it was an awkward bounce. If we're being fair, not good technique employed, and if you're not the strongest fielder to be in a square position like that, that's really the captain's error. Ashley Nurse and company should know better than that. Put him in front of the bat, mid on, mid off.
Bit of danger as you tip to that sweep there, Carlos Maynard. Yeah, the matchups. We're going to talk about them, huh? We're going to talk about the matchups. But you see, but I don't mind. I mean, you 24-4, okay. Harton ball that set the world on fire in his first 2 overs. Yes, you could use it in this situation. Too short from Ashley Nurse. He should know better. That one just saved by Miguel Cummins, just inside the boundary. Well, he said boundary, but just inside the boundary. Grass Monk, Kevin Wickham, and Naeem Young, two young and impressive young men who have been part of the West Indies emerging squad in recent times.
Yeah, nice
strolling past us and having a look here. The crowd is built up nicely.
Yeah. Pockets.
In pockets, yeah. We would have hoped that we could have seen maybe 10, 20 deep all around the ground. But
the other 4,000 or so are probably watching on stream.
Well, that is true too.
This is the day of technology. And it was a good point that was made too in the crowd. The old guy was lamenting about the old days and how cricket is not much followed, etc., etc. But the question is, if you have a platform you can watch your cricket, it may be less of a headache. You can stay at home and this wonderful stream production and have a look same way.
And the curator Kevin Vaughan also just going by us here. A very busy man, well rewarded by the Prime Minister for his community work here at the KMV Oval.
Breeze getting a bit cooler here, and I think we know now why Kevin has actually gone away to the right of us. You see him now looking at the mountain or the hills. And there are a couple of guys just standing by the covers. I think they feel the local knowledge suggests that this may be a bit of a shower. Oh, as my libation has now spilled, as there's a stiff breeze coming across the ground from east to west. I think the ground staff want to go. The umpires are a bit confused. I think they should trust local knowledge here.
Yeah, it looks as though there's a dark cloud coming over our right shoulder. We're at the southern end of the ground. And there's a dark cloud coming over the shoulder, but at the moment there's also some clearing behind that dark bank of clouds, which just come over the ground. So I don't think at the moment there's an immediate threat of rain, but perhaps as you can perhaps see from our video, it's become a lot darker here.
A little darker, but as I said, it's a stiff breeze. So even if there's a shower, I don't think it should stop us from seeing the close of this game.
Another bowling change with Devon Phillips coming into the attack, replacing Cummins at the pavilion end.
I don't think we should term him as an out and out off spinner. He really just trundles, but I can tell you what he has a habit of doing. He always has a knack of picking up a wicket, particularly a big wicket. I call him the giant killer, actually. Remember last year he got Shea Hope out in that semi-final, and then he followed up with Dwayne Smith in the final. He's one of those players, whether you look around, he's there, he's just there about, comes in at number 8, as he did today, and plays a plucky innings, and he gets someone on. He also takes a good catch in the field also. So a very useful player is Guardiola, as I told you, Woody. This Guardiola team is very, very interesting. It's one of those teams that always surprises you. Wildy on paper, theoretically, better team, hands down. But you have Ashley Nurse and Co. And these guys know how to rally around each other.
Well, I'm not surprised by Guardiola. I've watched a lot of their cricket in recent times, so I'm well aware of what they can do. It is a bit of yes and no, but they decided that no was the best decision, and so they just settled for the one. It's beginning to clear in the east, so hopefully we won't have any kind of interruption.
Is it, Woody? I don't think it's clearing.
It's circling around the ground, but I don't think we'll get any rain.
First time we disagree for the day.
I don't think we'll get any rain.
I think we will get a little. I don't know how much, but we will see some raindrops.
20 overs each is a game, Harold tells me, as we come to the end of over number 7, and Wildy 29 for 4, 295, and they're calling the ground staff on, but I don't think it's for any kind of drizzles. I do think that the light has certainly diminished in the last probably 5-10 minutes.
But I want you to look at the screen.
Yes, but there's no rain. Are you feeling any raindrops?
Woody, my eyes are slightly better than yours.
But perhaps.
But I can see some rain falling.
You can see some raindrops?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes, I can. I know there's rain on our monitor. There's some raindrops on our monitor. But again, I could be mistaken. We did not disagree for the day. So let us let this moment pass and let the viewers know what has transpired.
Well, let's let you know what took place early in the day. Maybe if Harold could just take us back on the monitor to the first innings. All right, he's sending me to my phone. He says he sent it to me on the phone, and to let you know that earlier it was Guardiola who were dismissed for 294 in 50 overs, with Shamario de Pisa getting 50. This is the reason why I don't want to use the phone, Harold, because it's pretty small. Martin Nurse got 17, Randy Thomas 62, Rivaldo Clark 12, Giavonte de Pisa 35, Matthew Jones 49, Ashley Nurse 13, Devin Phillips was not out on 13, Kemar Hart made 10, Miguel Cummins made 2, and Stephon Griffith 1. 30 extras in that total of 294 all out from 50 overs. The bowling figures: Jones 10 overs 1 maiden 3 for 46, O'Neill 10 overs no maidens 1 for 40, Robert 6 overs no maidens 1 for 52, Currency 7 overs no maidens none for 34, Carlos Braffett 10 overs 3 maidens 3 for 78. Yes, you've won it. You've won.
Thank
Jamal.
you, Woody. Thank
You've
you.
won. I will admit, because the rain is now coming down. I think someone else bowled after Carlos. Just let me just get Harold to just scroll down on his screen. And Zaishan Mohammed 7 overs no maidens 1 for 36. Sorry, Zaishan Matara, I apologize. 7 overs no maidens 1 for 36. So some drizzles now beginning to come down as the ground staff pull on the covers. And in reply, Wildy find themselves under early pressure. At the break, they are 29 for 4 from 7 overs, with Neymar Bowden, as you can see, they are on 8, Carlos Maynard on 7. They've lost Demetrius Richards for 4, Joshua Dorn for 6. They've also lost Aaron Jones without scoring, and Carlos Braffett without scoring. Bowden is not on 8, Maynard they're not on 7, and it's 29 for 4. The main destroyer has been Miguel Cummins, 3 for 4 from 3 overs, and so they're under early pressure, 29 for 4. We'll take a break as we try to take some refuge from the adverse weather that we're now experiencing at KLB Oval. And so it is Jamal Smith winning with our difference of opinion for today. So we'll take a break here with Wildy under pressure at 29 for 4.
Welcome back to the KMB Oval. Lots of rain, but the sun is out in all of its brilliance again. In fact, we had rain at 2:50 and the resumption at 4 o'clock. Obviously, Duckworth have coming into play, so it's now 271 in 34 overs. That is the target. But I'll tell you, if they're going to do that, they'll certainly have to really get going in relation to winning this game, because already they will decide under tremendous pressure. When the rains came, they were 29 for 4. They've now gone to 31 for 4 with two young batsmen at the crease, named Bolden, who of course is the former Barbados captain at the under-19 level, and he's also got Carlos Maynard with him. So here's Ashley Nurse to continue. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket, and he's gone. So further trouble. Bolden on the back foot. Edge found, catch taken, and Wildy in more trouble. Listen to this. They're now 31 for 5. Hello, Andy Payne.
Hello, Andrew. Yeah, they found themselves in a deep hole here now, Andrew. Good delivery by Ashley Nurse. We saw Bolden going back to cut that one, the faint edge, and a good catch taken by Rivaldo Leacock. So they found themselves in a big, Rivaldo Clark, sorry. They found themselves in a big hole at 31 for 5, and the Wildy team are in all sorts of trouble here, Andrew Miz.
Yeah, this is big trouble. This is big, big trouble. So Bolden, I suppose, having to really look to get runs on the back foot, and you could tell umpire gave it and he's gone. So unless something dramatic happens here, one would suggest that Wildy will go on to lose this, one would think, but you never know. Cricket is a funny old game. The odds are heavily stacked in favor of Gladiola, who've really played well. They were inserted and solid batting throw to make 294. And in response, Wildy are now 31 for 5, and the game is going at the pace of Obadele, the Browns king. We're in trouble. We are in trouble if you are a Wildy supporter.
Indeed, a lot of trouble there, Andrew, but what a good game played so far by the Gladiola team up to this point. Inserted a bat, as you said, by the Wildy team. They got themselves up to 294, and here they have the Wildy team in all sorts of trouble at 31 for 5, Andrew. And where Oli Jones is a new batsman, that's the captain. Jerome Jones, yes, he is. Faced up to Ashley Nurse.
And first ball he gets is a wide, but Ashley Nurse with lots of experience. Jones gets off the mark. Carlos Maynard, left-handed batsman, lots of ability, but this is a mountain to climb. There's no doubt about that. Losing wickets very early.
Yeah,
Richard's gone for 4. Dorn, a very exciting young batsman, 5, and Aaron Jones, international experience, didn't score. In fact, run out without facing the ball. Carlos Brathwaite, the big snapper, very well caught by the keeper Clark, and moments ago Bolden caught behind.
And that's correct, Andrew. We're only into the 8th over. They find themselves in all sorts of trouble. That's a big, big ask to come from Carlos Maynard and the captain Jones. But the experienced Ashley Nurse, I know he's usually very economical. He's played the trade for the West Indies at the highest level as well in the white ball format, and he'll be enjoying what's going on here. Like by signal. He's just been a little off to the left-hander Jones, but he'll enjoy bowling to the new batter here in the captain Jones.
So the end of over number 8, an over in which Nurse was successful. Wildy are in big trouble. They're 35 for 5.
Yeah, just after some 8 overs there, Andrew, to putting yourself in such a hole. I mean, it's a big way to get out of this. But that new ball spell by Miguel Cummins, he's bowled some 3 overs, 2 maidens. He took 3 wickets for 4 runs. He was bowling an impeccable length there, Andrew. His lines was good, and you can see him just nicking off those couple of batsmen, taking the edges and going down to the keeper, Clark, who took some lovely catches behind the wicket. But here you with saying that, they now brought Cummins. He's going to come back for another spell. They had 1 over from Phillips before the rain break. So Cummins, he'll be looking to press further into this Wildy batting.
I think with the return of Cummins, I think they want to try and finish this pretty quickly, one would think. He, as you said, bowled very well. Former West Indies fast bowler. Has always had the ability to move the ball and really looks pretty fit indeed, and really rocked his opponents from very early. He comes into the attack. We start over number 9, bowling to Jerome Jones.
Yeah, he just bowled that hard 4th stump line. Andrew had the ball outswaying a bit and taking those edges, but he looked very good indeed. Miguel Cummins, like you said, he's looked like he's really ready for battle.
And a pretty decent crowd has gathered here. There's no doubt about that. Well, the rains came, rained for quite a bit. Just around 2:50, we started back at 4 o'clock, losing 16 overs in the process. But you know, there's some who feel that it's a bit far. But I really like this ground. I'm very impressed. I know that lots of work to be done in the pavilion, but this could turn out to be a very good venue. No doubt about that at all. Size of the ground is good. Good for parking as well. No challenges in that area. And a lovely drive from, say, St. Philip, where Harold Eastman, our statistician, lives. And you can come from St. Lucie. And if you do come from St. Lucie, you should get here in about 10 minutes or so. Maybe 15, given the bad roads that we've got in the country. 35 for 5.
Oh yes, Andrew again, good hard length by Miguel Cummins, punched by Jones out to point. You see Phillips diving to his right and saying a nice save. But Andrew, we've also mentioned what after the rains, the outfield, it don't seem like it's done anything to the outfield. So that's very good on the part of the Isolation Cavaliers team here.
Perhaps the drainage is good. I understand there's a lot of sand on the ground, which will certainly deal with the water. Yes, it's a wonderful venue. And now here's a big hit. What a shot by Jones, with a lot of disdain as well. That's gone. And the car could be in trouble. Over long off. That's a big hit from a big man.
Oh, indeed. What a shot. That one was a length ball, and he hit that one off the back foot, over the pavilion area, Andrew, and he's causing damage to a vehicle even.
Well, in fact, it's the vehicle of Stephen Leslie, who's the marketing and communications man. So, yes, Stephen Leslie's car is in trouble. I know that number very well. So someone should call Stephen Leslie and tell him that the glass is broken, the black glass is broken. Oh my golly.
Well,
I think I should go and move my car. MJ85.
MJ85, he put the marketing man's car in some trouble. But what a shot that by Jerome Jones off the back foot, and he hit that one with full disdain into the back glass of Stephen Leslie, as you were saying. So some damages he's called. He's looking to cause even further damage to this Gladiola side, but he's got a long way to go, Andrew.
I think also one of the sixes actually did some damage to one of the umpires' car, I understand. And the car is parked right next to Harold Eastman's, who of course is our statistician. I think I better go and move my car and take it back to St. Philip. Oh my golly, that was hit with tremendous power. And Stephen Leslie, I'm sure his car is very well insured, so he should not have a challenge. Harold Eastman says his car is insured by a top insurance company.
Listening to Harold and Andrew, that's free promotion.
Yeah. Wise financial
thinking speaking over
That's
there.
the slogan. Sure, someone will write me a bill for the commercial. But that was hit powerfully. Jones is a big, strong man. So I think they're trying to find Stephen Leslie. They're trying to communicate with Stephen Leslie, who's the communications man at the BCA.
I'm sure he'll have a word with Miguel Cummins. What are you doing putting my car in danger, Miguel? But yeah, Andrew, if we continue to speak about the crowd that's grown here this afternoon, I mean, I had a walk around this afternoon and I've seen quite a few cricket spectators, the faces I hadn't seen for a while, but to have them out in the countryside and enjoying this game, they've said what a splendid facility it is here and how much they love it down here on the East Coast. So you're not missing anything here right now. There's a conversation in the middle here between Miguel Cummins and his captain DePisa. Ashley Nurse is also there. But what a disdainful shot as we continue to speak about that one from Jones. So you're not missing any play. But it's a long way to go. It's 41 for 5. We're only into the 9th over here. And the Wildy team that found in 7 all type of trouble, Andrew. Okay, the ball is back with us. And you hear a different ball. It's being changed at ball. And it's going to be Miguel Cummins to continue to bowl to Jerome Jones. Ooh, short one.
That's going to be called a wide. That's the typical fast bowler's response.
I'm sure he knew that was coming after that disdainful shot. He had to reply in that manner. But I'm impressed, Andrew, with this pitch. I mean, the carries continue to be good. The ball is carried to the keeper throughout, and the Pacers, they were able to extract some bunks. So it's a very good wicket on offer here. Leg by single, that one pitching outside leg and carrying on further just off the pad, the fine leg. So 2 more to the total. That's taken up to 44 for 5. Cummins, yep, just hitting hard length into the pitch, but this one going down the leg side this time, his radar a little bit off. Another good delivery by Miguel Cummins. Pitched that one full up. I think it's because we've seen Jones asking for some traction. I think he wants to get some spice. Maybe a bit slippery out there after the rains, Andrew.
Yeah, I would think so. Isolation Cavaliers, they play here. In fact, they play in the first division competition. They were looking last year to be promoted to elite. That didn't happen. Games that would have been very disappointing, but they've got a reasonably competitive side down here. And from all reports, lots of support as well. It's the kind of venue that you drive down the country a Saturday afternoon and come and watch some cricket. And I would suggest that, despite the rains, the crowd here is not bad, and as I said, no problem with parking. And I just want the authorities to look at this ground and develop it. I think it's got tremendous potential. Now that's it powerfully. That's gone for 4. Very well played indeed. Straight as an arrow.
Yes, Andrew gets shot by Jerome Jones again. That one given a bit of air by Ashley Nurse, and he was equal to the task, and he hit that one straight back over the bowler down to the long one area for 4. But Jones, he's mean some business. He's putting it back to ball.
So right now the equation 222 to win from 22 overs and 2 balls. That rate, the current rate is 5.28. So they're way behind the 8th ball, there's no doubt about that. I just get the feeling that the rain is upon us. It looks as if we're going to get some rain. It's on its way from St. Philip. Strong breeze as well. Trees are dancing around the mirror in the wind. Now that's hit powerfully, and it'll go for 6. Another big shot from a big man. Over, long, off.
Oh yeah, Jones, anything, given any bit of air, he's going to go for. Andrew, if you see the ground staff, they're rushing on with the covers. The umpires are pulling the subs, they've called the covers on. But another shower seems to be with us.
Yeah, major disappointment again. So let's hope that it doesn't last very long, because I rather suspect that if it's like what we had earlier, it could be good night nurse. So the rain is with us. You need 20 overs for a game, and we don't have 20 overs. In fact, 9 overs and 4 balls. But it's beginning to rain here again. And there's a gentleman who lives in the area tells me that this could be it.
Yep.
The ground staff just trying to get the covers on the square. So this is the East Coast rain, I'm told.
Yeah, it's coming a bit heavily here, Andrew. See the grounds. Yep. If you look over to our right, you can see it really coming over here. Torrential now, Andrew.
Yeah, so 55 for 5. Jones 19, Maynard 7. The original target was 295. As I said, some adjustments given the fact that we had 16 overs in terms of the time that we had the rain. 250. We started back at 4 o'clock, and the adjustment made 271 to get from 34 overs, now 55 for a loss of 5. And it's raining cats, dogs, pigs, and possibly sheep. You can hear it sheeting down. And as you look out, the ground staff having some challenges with a very strong wind on the east coast of Barbados.
It's a strong breeze coming over there from where. All right, Andrew. So yes, as you said, rightfully so, the ground staff, they're trying to get these covers in place as quickly as they can. But this is a very hard shower. I don't know what's going to happen here, Andrew, because if you're looking at the time, it's now some 4:20. So, you know, as well as I know, how it can get at this time of the afternoon.
Yeah, I think this could be it. I mean, I looked into my crystal ball, and that's what I'm seeing, but you never know. 20 overs to constitute a game. So the covers are being put onto the square. Second interruption, the first at 250, and the second one would have come about 5 minutes ago. Willie set 271, revised score in 34 overs. The 55 for the loss of 5 with Jones on 90. Maynard is on 7, and from that you will see that Gladiola, the team that batted first and made 294 from the 50 overs, large and in charge, deep in rural Barbados. What we're going to do, we're going to take a break, and hopefully we'll have some cricket from this wonderful venue when we come back. And welcome back to the wonderful KMV Oval. The situation is that we've had some interruptions. This is now the second, and it's really spoilt the game. There's no doubt about that. And the equation 194 from just 80, well, from 85 balls. And the reality is that we're just trying to get those 20 overs in to constitute a match. Andy?
Yeah, Andrew, as you said, rightfully so. Unfortunately, the weather has really spoiled what was turned out to be a very good afternoon here at the KMV Oval. The Village found themselves some 56 for 5. As you said, rightfully so. We're trying to get up to that 20 over period, which constitutes a game. And now 56 for 5 after 10 overs. The reduced target, they need another 193 runs with 84 balls remaining with just 5 wickets in hand.
So it's going to be Devon Phillips to bowl.
And I think what's happening is that the Gladiola side, they're trying to get the spinners in to try to rush through some overs here, because again the timing will come into play here this afternoon. As you can see, the Gladiola team just running around the outfield, just trying to really hurry up the proceedings. They really want to get this 20 overs in to constitute the game, but I think the Wildy team, they've got other ideas as well. But we just want to see, Andrew, how this one plays out as the light is beginning to dim a little bit here as well at the KMV Oval. Oh, you seen that one there by Phillips, giving a little bit of area. Some Maynard went into the big shot, hitting that one through the mid-wicket area for 4. So that's taken the score up to some 61 for 5. Maynard, he's moved on to 12. A very aggressive shot played by Maynard on that occasion.
He hit it pretty hard down to that mid-wicket area. The other thing that you've got to consider would be the light. It's not the best. Don't think we're going to see the sun for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you've seen, must be a Gladiola spectator rushing out to the outfield to get that ball back into play. But yeah, as we said earlier, the light is beginning to dim here a little bit, Andrew. And as you know, we're down the east. And this is where sunset's probably much the earliest.
Maynard certainly would be going for his shots. There's no doubt about that.
That's for sure, Andrew. With the score, the required rate is asking, very asking, as you can imagine. There needs another 187 from some 80 balls. So he's trying to get his team up to, you know, what will be an improved run rate. They're just scoring right now, Andrew, at some 5.1.
So wicket as there's Jones going for the big drive. Ball goes down towards long off. The catch is taken by DePisa, and that is the 6th wicket going down. So further trouble for the Bildy side. Jones, who's a big hitter, down the throat of the long on fielder, and it's now 62 for 6.
Yeah, you seen him going for another aggressive shot, and he just held out to the captain, Giovanni DePisa, at the Lawan area. So Phillips, as we see it on the replay here, giving a bit of air. Jones, he didn't quite get to the pitch, and all he could do is manage to get that one down to DePisa at the Lawan area. I see him going into the dance. I think he's take the fat ladies beginning to sing here, Andrew.
Yep, yeah, he certainly had a nice, good old Bajan dance there. Crop over is a couple of months away, but of course you've got the World Cup first. Maybe you want to go to Trinidad Carnival.
Yep. So further inroads for the Gladiola team. There you go. So they're really pressing on. They're looking to dismiss this Wildy team here as soon as they could. I think the new batsman in seems to be Jaden Roberts. Andrew.
Yeah, can bat. Former Barbados under 19 cricket as well.
Yeah, that one's a wide this time by Phillips. Wide by Phillips, so it's not off to Mark Roberts. Yes, but he can bat. He's promising all-rounder, Jaden Roberts. So he's out here to show what he's got, his worth.
Very good work indeed by Jones on the boundary. That was hit hard. In fact, that's Nurse, sorry, on the boundary, making a good start.
Yeah, but as the overs come to an end, Andrew, so that's 65 for 6. Carlos Maynard, he's on 14, and Jaden Roberts, he's yet to get off the mark. But some 65 for 6. They still required another 184 runs. There's some 4 wickets in hand, so I can tell you, the Gladiola team, they're really rushing this one through, Andrews.
There they are, and no doubt we're going to see spin and more spin with Matthew Jones coming into the attack, or is it going to be Ashley Nurse? Ashley Nurse is going to continue. So we've now had a situation where the 11 overs, the light is still holding, I suppose, with the spinners on, but they got to try and get this in as quickly as possible in terms of maybe trying to bowl the Willie side out.
Yeah, and I would think that would be the plan. So I think we had Ashley Nurse as the captain for another one there. Jones was coming into bowl, but I think because the left-hander and Carlos Maynard is still in the middle, he thought that he's got a better chance of getting at the left-hander, Ashley Nurse. Slow delivery there by Ashley Nurse, not giving Carlos Maynard any pace on that one. So, Andrew, as you can imagine, they're just trying to rush this one through to try to get as many overs in while the lights is still up.
That's gone right through the batsman and the keeper. I'll go all the way. Bye signal by the umpire. Big swipe. Keeper couldn't take it, went behind him. 4 byes.
Yeah, very aggressive shot Maynard played that time, and that one's he looted everything, the stumps, the keeper, everything, and just carried on for 4 byes. So you've seen him play that one out to mid off, the quick single. So it brings Jaden Roberts into strike. So he'll be facing up to Ashley Nurse for the first time. And Ashley will be kind of trying to make further inroads into this Wildy batting to try to finish up this game as soon as possible. That completes yet another one, Andrew. So 76 for 6 is 12 overs completed. So Maynard, he's on 17. Roberts, he just got off the mark with that single. He's on 1. So 73 for 6 after 12 overs.
So the crowd is still stayed here, which is good. Despite the rains, we've had 2 interruptions, but they're still very much with us. I see Roland Butcher on the far side of the ground, who was just recently lost his pick, as they say, as a West Indies selector. Had a chance to have a cup of coffee with Roland today, trying to find out exactly what happened there, but he didn't tell me.
Andrew, if it's one man who always has the information, that would be you.
Yeah, I'm going to try him again. I'm going to try tea this time. Yes, he was fired recently.
Yeah, I don't think coffee was on all of the offering for such information, Andrew. So another single by Jaden Roberts there. Devon Phillips carrying on. They're trying to really many are through these overs here, Andrew.
Yeah, they are indeed. You think they look for a second here? They will and get it.
Easily.
And that is the result of the ball not being timed, went down to that mid-wicket area. Actually stopped and they came back for the second.
Yeah, he didn't time that one good enough, Carlos Maynard. So the fielder's coming off the mid-wicket boundary. He had a long way in before to try to restrict two.
No, that's a big hit. Short ball. And hit over the wicket. That's gone a long way. That's gone over to St. Andrew. That was hit with a lot of power by Maynard. Bad delivery and was put away.
This Dane, Phillips guilty this time of pulling that one down, and Maynard, he rocked back on the back foot, if you see it on the replay here, and played that one with tremendous power, Andrew, to hit that one over the deep mid-wicket area for a big six. That taking his score up to 25. He's 25 off 22, Carlos Maynard, so he's come out after the break, and he's really trying to move the score along.
He's got 25 runs from 22 balls.
So still a big ask. There's still 166 runs required. There's only some 68 balls remaining here, Andrew. But as you can see, I think it's gotten a little brighter since we've last spoken about the light. So I think with that, that's putting us on target, trying to really get to these 20 overs. And as you can imagine, the Gladiola team, they will continue with their spinners to try to just rush through the overs as quickly as they can.
So another over completed. 13 gone now. 83 for 6.
Yep, again, Devon Phillips trying to get through that over pretty quickly. He's had a wide in that over, as well as a ball who went over the boundary for 6, but they were still able to complete that over in good time. So it's going to be another over of Ashley Nurse to continue from the north, and the target, as we said, Andrew, 166 runs required from the last from 66 balls with only 4 wickets in hand. So I can tell you what, the Gladiola team, they've been all over this one today, Andrew.
Yep, they did very well to have reached 294 all out. Very good, decent score, there's no doubt about that. Well, that's it straight. And that's gone for 4. Long on couldn't get across in time, but that was it with a lot of power by Roberts.
Powerful shot. Ashley Nurse giving that one quite a bit of air, really searching for the wickets. It looks like Shamario De Pisa down there at the long area. He had no chance in getting that one, as you can see it running across the boundary rope, just as we see the replay, Andrew. Just caused Ashley Nurse to make some adjustments to his field. You've seen him getting his long on a bit straighter on this occasion.
They'll come back for the second here, and we'll get it.
Yeah, good 2 on offer there. It seems like De Pisa on the deep mid-wicket area, and you can see them pushing as hard as they can while Roberts and Maynard, and that was an easy 2 completed in the end.
Very well bowled by Ashley Nurse, pulled it down.
Yeah, quicker delivery.
Well, that's out, that's out, that's out. Played it right across it. Plumb in front. Not a good shot at all by Roberts. And the experienced Ashley Nurse strikes again. And Wildy are in further trouble. You know, 89 for loss of 7.
Yeah, Andrew, another wicket fall in there. You've seen Jaden Roberts essaying the sweep, but seems to be struck right in front of the middle. Yep, as you see it on the replay. And it was an easy decision there for Kareem Tate, the umpire, to make. I don't think Roberts was very happy with the decision, but as we see it at the replay, unless there's any bat. That one was plump in front of the middle there, Andrew. So another wicket down, 89 for 7, 730.4 overs gone, 106 required, Andrew. The writing is pretty much on the wall here.
Well, he certainly played across it. Umpire didn't have any hesitation at all about giving that. Umpire Kareem Tate, the school teacher from the Grantley Adams Memorial, had a look and the finger went up. So we're getting closer and closer to the end of this match. Sure that we're hoping that the light holds. It's gotten actually better in the last 10-15 minutes or so.
Yep.
So Desmond Currency is the new batsman.
He's off to mark immediately, Andrew. That one pitched by Ashley on middle stump. He just worked that one into the mid-wicket area for an easy single. But yeah, the light, as we said, has gotten a little better. So I'm really trying to get through to what would constitute a game, 20 overs. So there's some 6 overs remaining after this to make this a game, Andrew.
Well, the way they're going, you may not need 20 overs. They could very well be bowled out before that time. So another one gone. 90 for the loss of 7, make that 91 for 7, 14 overs gone.
Yeah, you can see them moving around the field very briskly here, the Gladiola fielders. They really want to get this game finished by the end of today. As you might know, tomorrow is a reserve day, Andrew. I don't think either of the team really want to come back here tomorrow. And you can see Gladiola continue with the spin to just try to get some overs in as quickly as they could. It's going to be Phillips to continue to bowl to Carlos Maynard. Maynard, he's on 25 from some 25 deliveries. But he's batted pretty good after the resumption of the rain break, the interruption. So, yep, he'd be trying to push on as much as he could.
That's a wide. Very well stopped at that extra cover area. That's very good work indeed.
By Shamario De Pisa. And that's the guy who would have made a 50 at the opening batting earlier today. Good night he played, and saying good work in the outfield. Sure, he got the applause from all his teammates, but very good work in the outfield there by Shamario De Pisa.
They look for a second here, and we'll get it comfortably.
Yeah, well weighted that shot by Currency. Didn't try to hit that one too hard, so he just worked it into the mid-wicket area, and feed on the deep mid-wicket area. Had a long way to run in to try to predict the second, but he had no chance.
That's gone away out towards the boundary, and we'll get a second. Nurse having to move a long way across to his left on it long off to collect that.
He got one on that occasion, Andrew. Desmond Currency, but he tried to play an inside out, and you see Ashley Nurse running around to his left at the long area to prevent what would have been the second.
They look for a second again and will get it comfortably. Carlos Maynard has batted well, but they're so far off in that they've only got 3 wickets in hand, but when you look at it, the rate required is over 16 now.
Oh, that's a mountain to climb. I know we are all down here in the East Coast, but can't even climb Chalky Mount right now, Andrew. It's Maynard. So Currency, he's coming into strike right now.
So the 100 has come on the board now for Wildy, and 15 overs completed. So we're getting closer and closer to 20 overs, and the light is not bad at all. 100 for 7.
Amelia, you ready?
Wait, Harry. Can I get murder?
He's a 90 something. Should be 99. 99. Right, so give me this one. That's right.
So, wide, single.
Wait, hold on. One single.
La. 2, 2, 1.
It's amazing, right? That play was amazing, right? I know that international cricket can be such a turn on. I got it.
Give me that again, man.
You know, that's amazing. You know, that's the
Another 2 runs on offer here.
Yeah, so it's a bowling change of already seen Jones coming in, Matthew Jones that is. He's coming to bowl his first over. But he'll be bowling now to Carlos Maynard, who's on 33. So one.
That's gone a long way. That's very well hit indeed by Maynard. He's batted well here. That's straight as an arrow. That's gone over long on. That's gone for 6.
Another big shot by Maynard. He's really flexing his muscles here. Andrew had Jones giving that one a bit of air, and he went over the long area for another 6. So he's moved his score along to 39. Like we said, after the rain break, he's really come in and tried to, with all guns blazing.